Chapter 3368. The Heavenly Rainbow Planet is a huge resource planet. At the same time, it's also an important place that needs someone to guard. Now, I'll give this task to the Hidden Dragon Hall. You guys will guard this planet for 10 years. What do you think? Shi Huang pointed at the planet in the pattern. Guard this planet? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. They were in the middle of a war. If he was asked to guard this planet for a week, he wouldn't be able to get any credit. Fortunately, it was only 10 years, which wasn't too long. Lu Ming didn't care too much about it. He nodded and said, "Okay. When do we leave?" "We leave tomorrow," Shi Huang said. Lu Ming nodded and left. "General, is it appropriate to ask the Hidden Dragon Hall to guard this Heavenly Rainbow Planet? You know, there's a wormhole in the Heavenly Rainbow Planet." After Lu Ming left, one of Shi Huang's confidants asked in confusion. "That's right. The barbarian race has always wanted to take over the wormhole. I'm afraid that the Hidden Dragon Hall won't be able to defend it. They'll just die if they go." Another person said. "I know that. After the Hidden Dragon Hall's people go over, we'll secretly deploy a large number of troops in the nearby space. When the barbarian race's people arrive, we'll catch them all in one fell swoop," Shi Huang said with a smile. "The other end of the wormhole is in the barbarian race's territory, while the other end is in our territory. The barbarian race is afraid that we'll be heavily guarded, so they won't dare to send people through the wormhole directly. We're afraid of each other. The barbarian race wants to attack us and take over this wormhole. They'll definitely send a large number of troops. The Hidden Dragon Hall's people won't be able to stop them. Won't that be a dead end?" One of Shi Huang's confidants said. "If we want to kill the barbarian race, we'll have to make some sacrifices. The Hidden Dragon Hall is the bait that I've sent out to attract the barbarian race's experts." Everyone here was Shi Huang's confidants. Shi Huang didn't hide his intentions and spoke frankly. It was not true that he wanted Lu Ming to guard this planet, but he wanted Lu Ming to be the bait and die. In this way, not only would he be able to help the Imperial Advisor get rid of Lu Ming, but he would also be able to kill a group of barbarians and gain credit. The general is wise. A few of his confidants began to flatter him. After Lu Ming returned to the encampment, he passed down this mission. The next day they set off for the Heavenly Rainbow Planet. Traveling through the wormhole was extremely fast. After a few days they arrived at the Heavenly Rainbow Planet. The Heavenly Rainbow Planet was extremely large, and its name came from the heavenly rainbow fruit that was produced there. "Manor Lord Lu Ming, I'll leave this place to you from now on." The Heavenly Rainbow Planet had originally been guarded by a group of people. At this moment, the leader of this group had transferred the authority to Lu Ming. Thus, this group of people left the place. After Lu Ming took over, he began to make arrangements. First of all, he had to explore every corner of the planet so that it would be easier for him to set things up. Next, he had to set up the planet's defensive formation. This planet had originally been set up with a defensive formation that could defend the entire planet. However, after Blue Merchant's investigation, he felt that this formation was not perfect enough. In the following period of time, Blue Merchant led a few people who were proficient in formations and focused on perfecting this formation. Meanwhile, Lu Ming led the army and camped in a valley. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. They had also explored the entire Heavenly Rainbow Planet. "Lu Ming, I found something." On this day, Blue Merchant suddenly transmitted a message to Lu Ming, saying that he had found a strange place. Lu Ming immediately rushed over and saw Blue Merchant. "Lan Shu, what did you find?" Lu Ming asked. "Lu Ming, look at this lake." Blue Merchant pointed to a lake in front of them for Lu Ming to see. Lu Ming looked forward. There was a lake in front of him that was thousands of miles long and wide. The lake water was clear. Lu Ming looked at it for a long time, but he could not find anything strange. "Lan Shu, what's strange about this lake?" Lu Ming asked. "This lake has been set up with a formation, an extremely powerful concealment formation. It seems to be hiding something. If I hadn't been perfecting this planet's defensive formation and checking step by step, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found it so easily," Blue Merchant said. "Concealment formation?" Lu Ming was a little puzzled. According to Shi Huang, this was just an ordinary resource planet. Why would a concealment formation be set up to hide something? "Blue Merchant, can you break it?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, but it will take some time," Blue Merchant said. "All right, let's begin." Lu Ming nodded. Soon after, Blue Merchant stepped out and floated above the lake. The soul power between his eyebrows jumped, shining with rays of light. He waved his hands rapidly, sending out runes that landed on the lake. The lake was immediately suffused with light as runes appeared, forming a formation. There was indeed a concealment formation here. Immediately, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Myriad God and the rest. Soon, Myriad God arrived with a group of experts. Lu Ming called for a group of experts as a precaution. He did not know what was hidden here. Blue Merchant's attainments and formations were very strong. Unfortunately, his stellar core had been destroyed, leaving him with only his soul power. It was difficult for him to crack the formation. It took him more than 2 months to crack the concealment formation on the lake. Once the formation was broken, a beam of light shot into the sky. Soon after, the lake water began to spin rapidly, forming a vortex. The water from the lake flowed into the whirlpool and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a pitch-black cave. What's hidden in this cave? Lu Ming frowned. He did not know why, but he had a bad feeling. He had heard that it was an ordinary resource planet, but there was a concealment formation here. Under the formation there was a cave. This did not match the information he knew. Finally, Lu Ming decided to go down and take a look. He led Myriad God and a few Dark Ape Battle Race Divine Lord experts. Together with Blue Merchant, they flew towards the cave. They slowed down, not daring to go too fast for fear of danger. The cave was very deep. They flew all the way down, reaching a depth of tens of thousands of miles. Then the cave continued forward. The journey was very peaceful. There was no danger, nor did they encounter any living beings. They followed the passage and flew for a while. At the end of the passage, a huge underground space appeared. In front of them, the space was constantly warping like a lake. In the warped space, there was a huge cave that led to an unknown place. This is a wormhole. Lu Ming was shocked. He recognized it at a glance. It was a wormhole. There was actually a wormhole here. In the Taishu dynasty, every wormhole was very precious. This was because a wormhole could instantly travel from one stellar domain to another. It was an extremely precious resource. Every wormhole had to be heavily guarded. But why was there no one guarding this place? Chapter 3369. From the previous concealment array, it could be seen that this place had been discovered long ago. It was impossible that no one had discovered it. However, there was no one guarding this place. There's actually a wormhole here, and it's even hidden by a concealment array. It seems that it's afraid of us discovering it. This isn't right. Lan Shang's brows knitted tightly. He also had a bad premonition. Let's go out first, Lu Ming immediately said. He felt that this matter wasn't simple. He had to go out and gather people to discuss it. At this moment, rumble. A loud rumbling sound came from outside, and the ground shook violently. Not good, there's a big battle outside. Get out quickly, Lu Ming shouted. They rushed out at full speed. Their speed was too fast. In a few breaths of time, they rushed out of this place and reached the surface. Rumble. A deafening sound came from high up in the sky. At this moment, the heavenly rainbow planet was emitting a dazzling light, forming a huge light shield that enveloped the entire planet. This was the planet's defensive array. After being perfected by Blue Merchant, its defensive power had increased by a lot. Lu Ming and the others saw burly figures appearing outside the light shield. Each figure was emitting a terrifying aura. It was incomparably domineering. These figures were attacking the planet's defensive array. Barbarian tribe. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. These figures were all barbarians. They were everywhere outside the starry sky. No one knew how many barbarians there were. Moreover, the aura emitted by some barbarians was too terrifying. Just the aura alone was enough to make the starry sky tremble. What a terrifying cultivation. Lu Ming and the others' faces were extremely ugly. The cultivation of some barbarians was simply terrifying. Even if they were far away, they could feel the terrifying pressure. They were definitely existences above the fourth layer Divine Lord realm. As for how high they were, they couldn't sense it at all. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others burst out at full speed and rushed to the camp. At this moment, the 5,000 or so subordinates that Lu Ming brought were all looking at the sky with pale faces. The strength of these barbarians was too strong. It wasn't something that they could fight against. They would probably be crushed in an instant. Quick, break the planet's defensive array. This wormhole will be ours. Outside the sky, a barbarian shouted. Boom, boom. More barbarians joined in the attack. Terrifying attacks fell on the light shield formed by the planet's defensive array, causing the light shield to tremble constantly. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the defensive array. This was because Lan Shang had been perfecting and strengthening it during this period of time. Otherwise, it would have been broken through. Wormhole, they're here for the wormhole. Lu's expression. Lu Ming, we have fallen into a trap and become sacrificial lambs, Lan Shang said solemnly. Given Lu Ming's intelligence, he completely understood what Lan Shang was trying to say. He had been tricked by Shi Huang. Previously, there had been people guarding this place and they had even set up a concealment formation. Shi Huang must have known that there was a wormhole here, and most likely also knew that the barbarian tribe coveted this wormhole, but he still sent him here. This was to send him to his death. There must be someone else behind this. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He did not offend the wild rhino, so why did the wild rhino want to kill him? He must have been instructed by someone else. Lu Ming reckoned that it was either the crown prince or the state preceptor. As for Di Jinni and the other forces, they did not have the power to make Shi Huang do things. Rumble. The tremors in the sky became even more intense, and the great array continued to tremble. Break. A barbarian race powerhouse shouted, his voice shaking the starry sky. This was an extremely terrifying existence. His cultivation was absolutely at the 4th level Divine Lord realm and above. He held the battle axe in his hand and swung it at the light barrier. The light barrier shook violently and a crack appeared on it. Master, what should we do now? Many people asked Lu Ming. Their faces were pale and they looked fearful. When the great array was broken, the army of the barbarian tribe would arrive, and only death would await them. Go to the wormhole, enter the wormhole, Lu Ming shouted. There was no other way and they could only take a gamble. The entire starry sky of the planet was surrounded by the barbarian tribe, and it was impossible to rush out. Moreover, the barbarian tribe's experts were too terrifying. Some experts might be able to kill them all with a slap. If they rushed out, they would not stand a chance. If they rushed towards the wormhole, they might stand a chance. Because Lu Ming did not know where the wormhole led to. What if it led to other places in the Taishu dynasty? Then they would be safe. This could be seen from the fact that the barbarian tribe had set up a concealment formation to hide the wormhole. It was possible. However, this time Lu Ming had guessed wrong. Shi Huang had asked his men to set up a concealment formation not because the wormhole led to other places in the Taishu dynasty, but because he was afraid that Lu Ming would have a way out. It was because he was afraid that Lu Ming would discover the wormhole and become suspicious, and leave the heavenly rainbow planet early. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted and rushed towards the wormhole with his men. Fortunately, the place where they were stationed was not far from the wormhole. They were all Divine King experts and they were extremely fast. In a few flashes they arrived at the wormhole. Crack, crack. At this moment, more and more cracks appeared on the light barrier and they filled the sky. The defensive formation was about to break. Let's go. Lu Ming did not hesitate and rushed into the wormhole with his men. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the wormhole. Let's go. Lu Ming was the first to enter, and the others followed closely behind. They rushed into the wormhole and disappeared. Just a few breaths after Lu Ming and the others entered the wormhole, the defensive formation of the heavenly rainbow planet was completely broken. As soon as the defensive formation was broken, the barbarians rushed in. Swoosh, swoosh. A large group of barbarians came to the entrance of the wormhole. Those ants rushed into the wormhole. Should we go after them? A barbarian asked. There's no need to go after them. They will die if they enter the wormhole. Next, we have to guard the entrance of the wormhole. I think the Taishu dynasty will send people to attack this place. A barbarian leader said coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The other side led to the territory of the barbarians. If they rushed into the wormhole, they would die. In the distant starry sky of the heavenly rainbow planet, Shi Huang stood in the starry sky with his hands behind his back. His eyes flickered as if he was looking through the starry sky at the heavenly rainbow planet. Have you finally made your move? Lu Ming, leave in peace. I will avenge you. Shi Huang said indifferently with a cold smile on his face. Then runes appeared on his body, and he disappeared in the next moment. Soon after, huge battleships appeared from all directions and rushed towards the heavenly rainbow planet. An earth-shattering battle broke out on the heavenly rainbow planet. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 3370. After Lu Ming and the others entered the wormhole, they seemed to have traversed an endless distance in the blink of an eye. The next moment they appeared on a flat piece of land. Behind them was another wormhole entrance. Where is this? Lu Ming looked around, sizing up the surroundings. In front of them were towering mountains that blocked their vision. They seemed to be in a col surrounded by mountains. However, they did not see anyone. Is this really somewhere in the Taishu dynasty? Lu Ming was overjoyed. But at this moment, extreme joy turned to sorrow and a sudden change occurred. Behind them, the wormhole entrance suddenly filled with endless runes. These runes formed a large array that completely sealed the entrance of the wormhole. What's going on? Many of Lu Ming's subordinates were shocked. Haha, finally, some bastards from the Taishu dynasty are here. In the distant mountains, a loud laugh could be heard. Then a powerful aura burst out, forming a strong pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Then burly figures rushed out from the mountains in all directions. Barbarians? Someone roared in despair. Barbarians appeared from all directions. It was obvious that the wormhole did not lead to the Taishu dynasty at all, but to the territory of the barbarians. They had run to the lair of the barbarians. Damn it! Lu Ming roared, his expression extremely ugly. This time they were really screwed and had fallen into a desperate situation. The wormhole behind them was sealed by the large array, so there was no way out. Moreover, even if they could retreat, they would die if they returned to the heavenly rainbow planet. It's a pity that there are only a few small fish. There's no big fish. Some barbarians glanced at Lu Ming and the others, then sighed softly and showed a look of pity. The cultivation level of Lu Ming and the rest was indeed not high. The strongest Dark Ape fighting clan member was only a third-level Divine Lord. These barbarians did not take them seriously. These barbarians were not in a hurry to attack. They were like cats catching mice, sizing up Lu Ming and the others. They are indeed a few small fries. Hurry up and destroy them. Open the formation. Who knows, we might be able to let some small fries in. Someone from the barbarian race said coldly. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Why don't you leave these small fries to me? A square-faced berserker said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. That's fine too. Take your men and destroy them. It's not bad for us to watch the show. The other barbarians sneered. The barbarians here were also divided into different armies. Alright brothers, follow me and destroy them. The square-faced berserker shouted and led a group of berserkers to attack Lu Ming and the others. This group of barbarians numbered about 5,000, which was about the same as Lu Ming's group. However, the number of barbarian tribe experts was obviously more than Lu Ming's group. The auras of the barbarians at the front were extremely terrifying. Especially the square-faced berserker and the other two barbarians. Their auras were the most terrifying. They were all third-level divine lords. They could see that there was only one third-level divine lord in Lu Ming's group. They had 3 third-level divine lords and the number of other experts was also more than Lu Ming's group. It was more than enough to kill Lu Ming and the others. What should we do? Some of Lu Ming's men were pale. Only the Dark Ape fighting tribe stood around Lu Ming with a resolute gaze, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Protect the war ancestor and fight to the death with them. Fight to the death. The Dark Ape fighting tribe experts roared. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The square-faced berserker roared ferociously and chopped at Lu Ming with his axe. He could see that Lu Ming's group was led by Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming directly. Don't even think about it. The Dark Ape fighting tribe third-level divine lord expert roared and waved his iron rod, charging at the square-faced berserker. Boom. The two of them clashed and a terrifying explosion erupted. At this moment, a shrill and horrified scream rang out. Many barbarians turned pale with fright when they saw it. They only saw a burly berserker had his heart pierced by a youth and was struggling madly there. This berserker was an expert who was not weaker than the square-faced berserker. His cultivation had reached third-level divine lord. But now, his heart was pierced and he was on the verge of death. This youth was naturally Wanshin. Kill. Wanshin roared. His long hair fluttered and he tore with all his might. The third-level divine lord barbarian was directly torn apart. Blood splattered on the ground and he died on the spot. Then Wanshin roared and a silver river appeared, enveloping a large number of barbarians, including the third-level divine lord expert. Those barbarians screamed miserably. In an instant, thousands of barbarians were killed. But those who were enveloped by the silver river almost all died. Only that third-level divine lord barbarian roared with all his might and rushed out desperately. But he was also covered in blood and was seriously injured. What awaited him was Wanshin's stone spear. Pork. The stone spear flew past and pierced through the head of this barbarian. The second third-level divine lord was dead. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. It was so fast that many barbarians could not react. After killing these barbarians, Wanshin brought out the Gate of Sovereigns. In his Gate of Sovereigns, there was a terrifying black hole that spun continuously. A roar erupted from this black hole. It was like the roar of an ancient god, shaking heaven and earth. Large numbers of barbarians were directly shaken to death. Their bodies exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Now Wan Xin had already reached second-level Divine Lord. His combat power was even more terrifying. Even third-level Divine Lords could be insta-killed. Damn it, retreat. At this time, the square-faced barbarian finally reacted. After exchanging a blow with the third-level Divine Lord Dark Ape fighting tribe, his figure retreated frantically. The remaining barbarians also hurriedly retreated. Wan Xin did not give chase. Instead, he stood in front of Lu Ming and company. His aura grew stronger and stronger, emanating an ancient and desolate aura. What terrifying strength! Even Lu Ming's subordinates, who had seen Wan Xin in action many times, were still amazed. But soon they fell into despair. Wan Xin was strong, but his cultivation was too low. No matter how strong he was, he could not affect the overall situation. Just now, the barbarians had underestimated them and sent out a team. The truly terrifying existences had not made a move. Once they made a move, they would not have a chance. Damn it, D*****, trash, the square-faced barbarian roared angrily. But there was also fear in his eyes. If Wan Xin had attacked him just now, he would have died without a doubt. What terrifying combat power. He has mastered 3 origin secret techniques. This person must be a peerless monster of the Taishu dynasty. We've caught a big fish this time. The other barbarians also looked at Wan Xin in shock, including some terrifying existences. A person who had mastered so many origin secret techniques and was so freakishly strong, especially at such a young age. He had reached second-level Divine Lord. This was simply too monstrous. Chapter 3371. Kill, they must kill. Many barbarians looked at the myriad gods with murderous intent. Boom, boom. A terrifying aura erupted as more barbarians stepped forward, pressing towards Lu Ming and the rest. The pressure was like a tsunami pressing down on Lu Ming and the rest. Some of the weaker ones trembled and almost knelt down. The pressure was too great. Kill? Suddenly, a barbarian roared. Instantly, dozens of barbarians attacked. These dozens of barbarians were all in the Divine Lord realm. Among them, there was no lack of third-level Divine Lords or higher. They attacked indiscriminately. All kinds of attacks poured down on Lu Ming and the rest. This time they would not give Lu Ming and the rest a chance. They would not underestimate them. A total of dozens of Divine Lord realm existences attacked. The scene was earth-shattering. It's over. Many people lamented. In the face of such an attack, they had no chance. Only death awaited them. Kid, it's over. Even Guillermo let out such a sigh. Fight it out. Lu Ming roared. He took out the purple copper coffin and planned to open it regardless of the consequences. In the past, Lu Ming had only opened a crack and something terrifying had happened. If the purple copper coffin was completely opened, something shocking would definitely happen. Lu Ming did not know what would happen, but it was better than being killed by the barbarians. At the very least, he had to drag the barbarians down with him. At this moment, the myriad gods let out a terrifying roar. It was as though an ancient god was roaring. Finally, a stone clock flew out and rapidly expanded. It floated above Lu Ming and the rest. It scattered rays of light that enveloped Lu Ming and the rest. The attacks of dozens of barbarians were all blocked by the stone clock or the rays of light that fell from the stone clock. Dong, dong, dong. The stone clock vibrated violently and let out a terrifying roar. However, those attacks were blocked. They were completely blocked and did not hit Lu Ming and the rest. However, Myriad God was not in a good condition either. His body trembled violently and dense bloody scars appeared on his skin. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. After blocking so many terrifying attacks, one could imagine how much pressure Myriad God was under. He was severely injured. Wan Xin, Lu Ming shouted. This could not go on. Myriad God alone would not be able to withstand the other party's attacks. I'll block them first, then open a path and rush out. The Myriad God transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Continue attacking. A barbarian shouted loudly and continued to launch attacks. The attacks fell on the stone clock, and the stone clock started to vibrate even more violently. Cracks even started to appear on its surface. Myriad God coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as more bloody wounds appeared on his body. His body looked like it was about to crack apart. Roar. The eyes of the myriad gods were filled with unyielding will. With a loud roar, heaven and earth shook. There seemed to be flames burning on the myriad god's body. These flames kept twisting and turning into different figures. They were the figures of different primordial divine spirits. These figures looked illusory, but they were roaring along with the myriad god. The world boiled as though dozens of primordial divine spirits had crossed time and space to arrive. This strange phenomenon shocked the barbarians, and they were stunned for a moment. Sky-splitting sword. The myriad god roared, his long hair fluttering. A stone sword appeared in his hand, emitting an endless radiance. Swoosh. The stone sword turned into a sword light. It did not slash at the barbarians but at the void. Space immediately rippled like water. Then a pitch-black vortex appeared in the sky. This vortex spun crazily and eventually turned into a cave. This is a wormhole? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He could not believe his eyes. The myriad god had used a stone sword to open a wormhole. This was simply inconceivable. Miracle. This is simply a miracle. Legend has it that during the incipient god era, a primordial divine spirit could open a wormhole with just a move of his body. This myriad god must have inherited the power of that primordial divine spirit. At this moment, even Bone Devil roared in disbelief. Wormhole? All the barbarians also roared in disbelief. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They never would have dreamed that a person could forcefully open up a wormhole, and it was even done by a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. In the current primitive universe, there were people who could open wormholes. Some terrifying races that had undergone atavism could open wormholes in the universe when their cultivation reached a certain level. Legend had it that the spacetime spirit rats had terrifying geniuses who had undergone atavism. They had the power of primordial divine spirits. When their cultivation reached a certain level, they could open wormholes. However, it was impossible for a second-layer divine lord to do so. Run. I can't hold on for long. The myriad god roared at Lu Ming and the others. Go. Lu Ming shouted. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He couldn't hesitate any longer. Immediately, Lu Ming's subordinates rushed into the wormhole and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only the Dark Ape fighting tribe, Lu Ming, and the others were left. War Ancestor, you go first. A Dark Ape fighting tribe member shouted. Let's go together. As Lu Ming roared, he rushed forward, bringing the myriad god, the Dark Ape fighting tribe members, and the blue merchant into the wormhole. When Lu Ming brought the myriad god into the wormhole, the stone clock that the myriad god had created collapsed. Chase. At this moment, the barbarians woke up from their daze. They roared and rushed toward the wormhole. However, when they got close to it, the wormhole began to twist. Retreat. The wormhole is about to collapse. A barbarian shouted in horror. However, it was too late. One of the barbarians couldn't retreat in time and was sucked into the energy of the wormhole's collapse. He was instantly reduced to dust. The energy of the wormhole's collapse was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary divine lord would find it difficult to withstand. In the next moment, the wormhole disappeared completely. Damn it! The barbarians roared in indignation. This time they had so many experts but they couldn't stop Lu Ming and the others. Instead, they had lost so many experts. It was a great humiliation. I wonder where they escaped to. That kid is only a second-level divine lord. It's a miracle that he could open a wormhole. However, the distance can't be too far. Moreover, it's difficult to control the direction. He might still be in our territory. Let's report the news and get the marshal to send people to chase after him. An old barbarian said coldly. Then they reported the news to their superiors. After Lu Ming and the others stepped into the wormhole, they appeared on a planet in the next moment. When they left the wormhole behind them began to twist and collapse. It's collapsing. Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. The collapse of the wormhole meant that the enemy couldn't chase after them. This wasn't a bad thing. In fact, it was a good thing. Chapter 3372. Myriad God's cultivation level is too low. It's already a miracle that he was able to open a wormhole. It's naturally difficult for him to maintain it. Therefore, the wormhole he opened will quickly collapse. Legend has it that there are terrifying existences that can open wormholes that can last forever. They are identical to the wormholes produced by nature. Bone Fiend explained. Lu Ming was enlightened. Where is this? Lu Ming took a closer look. What he saw was a stretch of barren land. There were bare rocks everywhere. There was no vegetation at all. I have to be careful. My cultivation level is too low. Even if I open a wormhole, the distance won't be very far. Furthermore, it's difficult to control the direction. This might still be within the barbarian realm. Myriad God opened his mouth. However, after saying a few words, blood constantly flowed out of his mouth. Myriad God's injuries were too severe. His face was pale and his aura was weak. His body was covered in cracks and looked like it would disintegrate at any moment. Previously, he had suffered heavy injuries while defending against the barbarian's attack. Later on, opening a wormhole in his forte only worsened his injuries. With his cultivation level, opening a wormhole, even if it was a short distance and an uncertain wormhole, placed an immense burden on him. It exceeded his capabilities. This pressure caused Myriad God to suffer heavy injuries. Now, Myriad God no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Myriad God, recuperate in peace. Leave the rest to us. Lu Ming walked over and took out a top-grade healing pill for Myriad God to consume. After consuming the pill, Myriad God sat cross-legged and quietly circulated his energy to recuperate. As for Lu Ming, he instructed his subordinates to scout the vicinity. Some of them converged their auras and scattered in all directions. Not long after they returned. They had landed on a planet that was barren and devoid of life. It was likely an abandoned planet. As for whether it was within the barbarian realm, it was uncertain. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was not the worst. If they had landed on a habitable planet within the barbarian realm, that would have been the worst. Finally, Lu Ming planned on staying here for a few days. They would set off when Myriad God's injuries were slightly better. Myriad God's physique was extremely terrifying. He was born from the essence blood of dozens of primordial gods. His vitality was astonishingly strong. In just a few days his complexion had improved a lot. He had also recovered some yuan qi. The cracks on his body had more or less vanished. If it were an ordinary person, it would take at least a few months for them to recover from such severe injuries. After the all-gods recovered some of their vitality, Lu Ming and the rest left the planet. Lu Ming took out a battleship and they boarded it. This battleship was not big. Lu Ming had obtained it from the barbarians during the battle with them. At the very least, they to some extent to cover. Not long after, they discovered a planet in the distance. It was a planet with life. I'll go investigate. Lan Shang said. Uncle Lan, be careful. Don't worry. I'll use an array to conceal my aura. It won't be a problem if I watch from afar. Blue Merchant smiled and flew towards the planet. But not long after, Blue Merchant returned. The moment he returned, Lu Ming's heart sank. Blue Merchant's expression was very solemn. It did not look like he had discovered good news. That habitable planet is filled with barbarians. We are in the barbarian realm. Blue Merchant said. These words made the hearts of Lu Ming and company sink. Their expressions were very solemn. Indeed, they were still in the barbarian realm. This was not good news. The territory controlled by the barbarian realm was filled with barbarians. They were not barbarians and could be recognized at a glance. How were they to escape? If they were discovered by the barbarians in the barbarian realm, it would be truly dangerous. Most importantly, they did not have a star zone map. They were like headless flies flying everywhere. Manor Lord, what should we do? Some people looked pale and looked at Lu Ming. Don't panic. We are riding in the barbarians' battleship. We can hide for a while and find a chance to find the star zone map. Then we will leave the barbarians' territory and return to the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming said. Seeing Lu Ming's confident face, the others also calmed down a little. Let's leave here first. After that, don't get close to the habitable planet of the barbarian race. We will go to the remote starry sky to find a lone barbarian and seize the star zone map. Lu Ming explained the plan. Then they drove the interstellar battleship and left this place, flying into the vast starry sky. In a star zone at the border between the barbarian race and the Taishu dynasty, there were densely packed battleships floating. Each battleship was incomparably majestic and shockingly large. Battleships hundreds of millions of miles long were everywhere. This was the barracks headquarters of the barbarian race's war against the Taishu dynasty. It was the place where Marshal Miesu was stationed. Above the huge fleet there was a huge palace floating. This palace was the residence of Marshal Miesu. It moved with the army. At this time many people were discussing things in the palace. The one sitting at the top was Marshal Miesu. But what was surprising was that this Marshal Miesu was not from the barbarian race. This was a middle-aged man. He was tall and burly with a height of 3 meters. His skin was densely covered with scales, and there was a single horn between his eyebrows. This was a single-horned crocodile man. A single-horned crocodile man actually served as the barbarian race's Marshal Miesu. This was a very strange thing. The single-horned crocodile man, who was also Marshal Miesu, sat at the top. Below him there were many barbarian race generals. Marshal, I received news not long ago. I heard that a group of small fries from the Taishu dynasty rushed into our territory. Below, a barbarian general reported. Small fries from the Taishu dynasty, what kind of cultivation base do they have? Marshal Miesu asked. I I heard that the highest cultivation base is only 3rd-level Divine Monarch. The barbarian general reported. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out from Marshal Miesu's body. This aura was very horrifying. It was filled with a destructive aura as if it could destroy everything and crush the galaxy. Although those barbarian generals below were all existences with extremely terrifying strength, under this aura, each and every one of them trembled with fear and did not even dare to breathe loudly. All of you are trash. A group of small fries with the strongest being only 3rd-level Divine Monarch. How can you let the other party enter our territory? What are you all doing? A cold voice came out from Marshal Miesu's mouth. It was murderous and bone-chilling. Marshal, I heard that among that group of people, there is a young man who can open a wormhole? That barbarian reported. But when he spoke, he himself was a little hesitant. A young man could open a wormhole? Was this possible? It was like a fantasy story. A young man can open a wormhole? Ha ha ha, you can even find such a childish reason. Do you think I am easy to bully? Marshal Miesu said coldly, his face turning even uglier. Chapter 3373. Marshal Miesu's face turned even uglier. Those barbarian generals were trembling with fear, not daring to speak. They knew how terrifying this Marshal Miesu was. His hands were stained with the blood of countless Taishu dynasty experts. Otherwise, with his identity as a single-horned crocodile man, how could he be the marshal? Marshal, I didn't believe it at first, but there were at least tens of thousands of people who witnessed this scene. They all swore that it was true and that the other party had used a wormhole to escape. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. The barbarian general said. Wormhole? Marshal Miesu whispered, frowning. He still found it hard to believe, but tens of thousands of people witnessed and swore, so he had to believe it. The news said that the person's cultivation is still low, only a 2nd-layer Divine Lord. Even if he can open a wormhole, the distance won't be too far. It's very likely that he's in the territory of the barbarian race, or even within a few starfields at the border. Marshal, please give the order to search. The barbarian general said. Well, pass down my order. Search the entire territory. Once found, kill without mercy. Marshal Miesu ordered coldly, but after that he continued, wait, don't kill the young man who can open a wormhole. I want him alive. I want to see what kind of monster a young man can open a wormhole. Yes. The barbarian general accepted the order and then retreated to make arrangements. At this moment, many powerful forces at the border between the barbarian race and the Taishu dynasty received the news. On a huge, skull-like planet there was a powerful force. A scum from the Taishu dynasty has entered the territory of the barbarian race? Very well, search with all our strength and crush these ants. The leader of this force gave the order. Search with all our strength. Destroy these Taishu dynasty ants. In several starfields at the border, large and small forces began to search for Lu Ming and the others in the universe. Lu Ming and the others did not dare to get close to those life planets. They all went far away and deliberately ran to remote places. Fortunately, they were on a barbarian warship. Although they were able to bypass the life planet several times, they were still discovered by the barbarian warship. However, when they saw that they were on a barbarian warship, they thought that they were patrolling and did not check. This allowed them to escape by luck. During this period of time, they ran into barbarians who had strayed from the group and took them down. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to obtain a map of the star area, which made them sigh in regret. Just like that, they flew in the pitch-black and boundless starry sky for over 3 months. Without a map of the star field, they could only fly around aimlessly without any sense of direction. What they didn't know was that in these 3 months, not only had they not approached the Taishu dynasty, but they had also distanced themselves from the Taishu dynasty. This was because they were flying in the opposite direction, towards the center of the land of the barbarians. Fortunately, after 3 months, Wan Xin's injuries had completely healed. He had returned to his peak condition. This gave them some confidence. After all, the strength of the myriad gods was obvious to all. There's someone ahead. Suddenly someone spoke. Through the control room of the battleship, they could see a fleet flying over from the depths of the starry sky. They could see that there were more than 10 battleships in this fleet, but they weren't very large. The longest one was about a few million miles long. Compared to the behemoths on the battlefield, they were many times weaker. However, the heartbeats of Lu Ming and the others couldn't help but accelerate. It wasn't wise to turn around and run now. Wouldn't that mean that they were guilty? It would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. They could only grit their teeth and continue forward, hoping that the other party wouldn't investigate. Rumble. The battleship flew through the void, producing loud rumbling sounds. Soon the two sides approached each other. The battleship in front, stop. Suddenly, a voice came from the barbarian battleship, shaking the starry sky and reaching their ears. This was definitely the voice of a Divine Lord Realm expert. Otherwise it wouldn't have reached their ears through the battleship. The hearts of Lu Ming and the others sank. If the other party told them to stop, the situation didn't look good. Stop first, Lu Ming said. After that, the person controlling the battleship stopped the battleship. In front of them, more than 10 battleships fanned out and surrounded their battleship. We are searching for the people of the Taishu dynasty. Now we want to search your battleship. We apologize for offending you. Everyone inside, come out for investigation. The voice sounded again. Oh no. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. The barbarians had already started a large-scale search for them. They obviously suspected them and wanted them to go out for investigation. Once they went out, everything would be exposed. Activate the battleship and rush over, Lu Ming ordered. Buzz. The battleship made a slight vibration sound. The large array on the surface of the battleship was activated. Dense runes appeared and shrouded the battleship. Boom. A beam of light burst out from the bow of the battleship and blasted toward the battleship in front. The other party obviously didn't expect Lu Ming and the others to suddenly launch an attack. It was too late to dodge. With a loud bang, the battleship was directly hit by the beam of light. Lu Ming's battleship was seized from the battlefield. Its power was amazing. It was definitely not something these small battleships could compare to. The battleship that was hit directly exploded and turned into a ball of fire. Lu Ming's battleship rushed over. Damn it, it's the bastards of the Taishu dynasty. Don't let them escape. Chase them. Spread the news. Loud roars came from the battleship behind them. More than 10 battleships were activated and chased after Lu Ming and the others. However, their battleships were obviously not as fast as Lu Ming's battleship. They were left behind and the distance between the two sides was increasing. However, not long after, Lu Ming and the others' hearts sank. Because in front of them, another fleet flew in their direction in a fan shape and blocked their way. Obviously, the other party had received the news and was intercepting them here. It's the people of the Taishu dynasty. Open fire. A cold voice came from the battleship in front. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 battleships were filled with runes and then burst out with beams of light that blasted toward Lu Ming and the others. With so many battleships attacking from different directions, Lu Ming's battleship couldn't dodge at all and was directly hit. Although the surface of Lu Ming's battleship was protected by a large array, it still shook violently. At this time, the more than 10 battleships chasing from behind had also arrived. They also burst out with beams of light that blasted toward Lu Ming and the others, causing their battleship to shake even more violently. If this continued, their battleship would be destroyed before long. I'll go down and destroy their battleship, Wan Xin said. We'll go too. The other Divine Lord Realm powerhouses also spoke. In such a situation, only by destroying the other party's battleship could they survive. Chapter 3374. Be careful, Lu Ming exhorted. Don't worry. Wan Xin and the rest nodded before opening the door and charging out. The moment they charged out, their figures flashed as they dodged the enemy's beam of light and charged towards the battleships in front of them. Lu Ming had more than a dozen Divine Lord Realm experts under him. Although these battleships were huge and had boundless might, they would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of a Divine Lord. Go out and stop them. A voice came from the enemy battleships. Following that, figures charged out from the battleships in front and behind them. They were all Divine Lord Realm experts. There were more than 20 of them in total, nearly double the number on Lu Ming's side. Kill? Wan Xin roared. Before he arrived, a silver river charged out, traversing the starry sky and enveloping a second-level Divine Lord Realm expert from the barbarian race. The barbarian let out a tragic cry as his body was instantly reduced to ashes. Kill? A third-level Divine Lord Realm barbarian wielded a giant axe as he charged at Wan Xin. Wan Xin brandished his stone spear which extended to hundreds of thousands of miles long as it traversed the starry sky. With a poochie sound, blood splattered as the barbarian race expert was pierced through, dying a violent death. How terrifying. The other barbarians were alarmed. Wan Xin's strength was too astonishing. You guys hold them back first. I'll go destroy their battleships. Wan Xin transmitted his voice to the other Divine Lords. Following that, a pair of wings condensed behind him. This was also an origin secret technique. With a flap of his wings, Wan Xin's figure vanished. The next moment he appeared in front of a battleship. His stone spear rapidly enlarged and swept out. Boom! The battleship exploded as the barbarians inside flew in all directions in fear. However, the barbarians' cultivation was nearly all below the Divine Lord realm. They were crushed by the force brought about by the stone spear, causing them to explode. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After destroying the battleship, Wan Xun's figure moved again as he charged towards the next battleship. With a sweep of his stone spear, another battleship was destroyed. Following that, Myriad God attacked with all his might. His speed was too fast. Every time he flashed, a battleship would be destroyed. Those battleships exploded one by one. Almost in the span of a breath, 7 or 8 battleships were blown up. It was unknown how many barbarians had died in those battleships. Die. With a furious roar, a burly berserker charged towards the 10,000 gods. This barbarian was the leader of these fleets. He had 4th level Divine Lord cultivation, his strength extremely powerful. He slashed out with his axe, and the starry sky tumbled as if the entire starry sky was about to be split apart. 4th level Divine Lord was much stronger than 3rd level Divine Lord. However, Myriad God's expression did not change. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. I don't have time to fight with you. Die. The 10,000 gods roared as a silver river appeared and swept towards the other party. Then a sovereign's gate appeared and suppressed the other party. Then a stone blade, a stone sword, a stone pagoda, a pitch-black whirlpool, and a wisp of terrifying flame, origin secret techniques. All of them were origin secret techniques. Pantheon instantly unleashed a dozen or so origin secret techniques, all of which rained down on his opponent. The other party had never seen such a situation before. He was scared silly and let out an incredulous roar. Then he was drowned by the dozen or so origin secret techniques. Before he could even let out a scream, he was smashed into meat paste and his soul scattered. A 4th level Divine Lord existence was instantly one-shot. The remaining barbarians were shocked and lost all their courage. Their confidence suffered a great blow. Even their leader, a 4th level Divine Lord, was instantly killed. How were they to fight? Retreat, retreat, retreat. With a few loud roars, the remaining barbarian experts quickly flew back to the battleships. Then the battleships were activated and they fled for their lives. Lu Ming called out to the all-gods, not allowing them to give chase. It was better not to pursue a cornered enemy. It would be dangerous if they encountered more powerful barbarians. This was a good opportunity to escape. After the 10,000 gods and the others boarded the battleships were activated and they left this place. A few days later, Lu Ming and the others landed on a huge meteorite. Lu Ming put away the battleships. They dug a large hole in the meteorite and planned to hide there for a while and rest. Now that the barbarians were clearly searching for them, it was more dangerous to run around. It was better to find a secret place to hide. It would be safer. They hid in the meteorite and did not believe that the barbarians could find them. After erasing their traces, they temporarily hid in the meteorite and flew aimlessly with the meteorite. In Marshal Miesu's palace, Marshal Miesu was discussing matters with the barbarian generals. During this period of time, the barbarians and the Taishu dynasty were constantly fighting. Both sides had suffered losses. After discussing the war, Marshal Miesu asked, "Have you found the people from the Taishu dynasty who escaped into our territory?" "Marshal, I was just about to report this to you." The barbarian general from last time stepped forward and said, "I just received news that the ants from the Taishu dynasty are still in the barbarian stream starfield. They were discovered by our people, but they escaped again." "They escaped again? What trash?" Marshal Miesu said coldly. He was very unhappy. "Marshal, the main thing is that we don't have many experts this time. The young man who opened the wormhole last time is too strong. It's unbelievable. The scene of the previous battle has been recorded by the Rest Shadow Stone. Marshal, please take a look." After the barbarian general finished speaking, he took out a jade talisman and inserted his divine power. The jade talisman lit up and projected an image in the air. This image was the scene of the battle between Lu Ming and the barbarians. Soon the image changed to the battle between the 10,000 gods and the barbarians. "That's the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe." When Marshal Miesu saw the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe, he seemed very excited. He suddenly stood up from his seat with a complicated look in his eyes. Then his eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, the others did not notice Marshal Miesu's strange behavior because they were all attracted by the 10,000 gods. The strength of the 10,000 gods was too shocking. When Pantheon unleashed more than a dozen origin secret techniques, The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Their faces were full of shock and their eyes were full of disbelief. One person controlling more than a dozen origin secret techniques was like a fairy tale. They were considered the upper echelons of the barbarians and had seen a lot. However, they had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. What kind of monster is this? After a long while, someone finally reacted. He swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "This could only be described as a monster." "Is this the person who opened the wormhole?" Marshal Miesu asked. "Yes, it's him." Chapter 3375. "It's indeed incredible," Miesu muttered. Then he added in his heart, "The dark ape fighting tribe. How did they appear? I must get to the bottom of this matter." Of course he did not say it out loud, so the others did not hear it. "Marshal, I can't believe that there's such a monster in the Taishu dynasty. We must get rid of them. Otherwise they'll be a threat to us. I'll send more experts to search for them. No matter where they're hiding, we must find them and kill them," the barbarian general said in a murderous tone. "Wait a minute." Miesu waved his hand and stood up. His eyes flickered and he said, "Don't kill them. I want them alive." Alive? The others were confused. That's right. Among this group of people, there are such peerless geniuses. This group of people is extraordinary. If we capture them alive, it might be more valuable than killing them directly. We can make the Taishu sacred dynasty pay more, Miesu explained. That's true, the other barbarians were also moved. That young man was too terrifying. He might be an important figure in the Taishu dynasty. If they captured him, they might be able to lure the big fish of the Taishu dynasty. That's why we should keep those people alive if we can. They might be of great use to us, Miesu said seriously. Yes, Marshal. The barbarian general obeyed. Go, capture those people and bring them to me, Miesu said. Soon, Miesu's order was spread to the few star regions near the barbarian race. Continue to search for Lu Ming and the others, but do not kill them. They must be kept alive. Lu Ming and the others had been hiding in the meteorite. They drifted with the meteorite for more than a year. They did not know where they had drifted for more than a year. However, they were all above the Divine King realm. They could go into seclusion for millions of years. It was nothing for them to stay in seclusion for a year. However, something big happened in the barbarian race during this period of time. The treasure of the barbarian race, Mount Barbarian God, reappeared. Mount Barbarian God was a legendary treasure of the barbarian race, but it did not appear often. Normally, Mount Barbarian God would hide in the void and no one would be able to find it. Every once in a while, Mount Barbarian God would suddenly appear at a certain location in the starry sky. This location wasn't fixed, it would appear at a different location every time. Once it appeared, Mount Barbarian God would drift about in the galaxy. After a period of time, Mount Barbarian God would suddenly disappear. Legend had it that the ancestor of the Berserkers, the god of Berserkers, was training in isolation in Mount God of Berserkers. This would cause a strange presence to spread out from Mount God of Berserkers. As long as the Berserkers stayed far away from Mount God of Berserkers and were enveloped by the presence of Mount God of Berserkers, there was a possibility that they would gain an epiphany or even undergo a transformation and evolve into the terrifying God of Berserkers. Hence, every time Mount Barbarian God appeared, it would be a grand event for the Berserker tribe. Countless powerful Berserkers would descend upon Mount Barbarian God. This time, Mount Barbarian God appeared in the Barbarian Stream Galaxy, which was located at the border between the barbarian race and the Taishu dynasty. For a time, the winds and clouds gathered in the barbarian meteor domain. Countless barbarian powerhouses arrived. In the starry sky of the universe, an incomparably huge mountain was suspended in the air. It was a pitch-black mountain that was as big as a planet of life. It was drifting aimlessly in the starry sky. This was Mount Barbarian God. Behind and on both sides of Mount Barbarian God were a large number of powerful berserkers. Some were old and some were young. They were moving forward with Mount Barbarian God. At the same time, they were carefully experiencing the changes in the mountain, hoping that they would be able to achieve a transformation. Of course, there were no berserkers in the direction of Mount Barbarian God. These berserkers were very far away from Mount Barbarian God. They did not dare to get close. This was because this was the god of berserkers' place of seclusion. Getting close would be a blasphemy to the god of berserkers. It would be disrespectful to the god of berserkers. In another part of the starry sky of the barbarian meteor domain, Lu Ming and the others stayed in the meteorite and continued to drift along with it. Rumble. At this moment, a violent rumble came from outside. The entire meteorite started to tremble violently. What's going on? Have we been discovered? The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed. Rumble. Rumble. The rumble grew louder and louder. The meteorite started to tremble more and more violently. In the end, the entire meteorite exploded. A powerful force swept toward them. A few god lords from the Dark Ape combat tribe swung their fists and broke through the force. After that, they retreated frantically. However, no one continued to attack them. After they retreated a distance, they were speechless when they took a closer look. In the starry sky ahead, two huge beasts were fighting. These two wild beasts were extremely huge. Each of them was over 1,000 miles long. Rrr, rrr. The wild beasts roared. Their roars shook the starry sky as they fought fiercely. Violent force swept out in all directions. These two wild beasts were first-level god lords. They did not pay any attention to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others were speechless. They were too unlucky. Just now, it wasn't because they were discovered, nor was it because someone attacked them. They were just unlucky. The meteorite just happened to drift near the two wild beasts and was shattered by the aftermath of the battle. It was really an unexpected disaster. Let's go. Let's leave quickly. Lu Ming shouted. The longer they stayed here, the easier it was for them to be discovered. Their figures flashed as they left the area where the wild beasts were fighting. They flew in another direction, intending to find another secret place to hide. Now they could only find a place to hide. After a few hundred or 1,000 years, the barbarian tribe's search for them would weaken. Only then would they have a chance to escape from the barbarian tribe's territory and return to the Taishu dynasty. On a vital planet not far from Lu Ming and the others, there was a huge mountain peak. On the peak of this mountain there were many array platforms. These array platforms were glowing. Dense runes appeared on them. At the same time, on these array platforms, there were images of the starry sky that were constantly changing. They've appeared. The group of small fries from the Taishu dynasty have appeared. Suddenly a voice was heard. It was filled with excitement. Many barbarian tribe members looked in the direction of the voice. Indeed, on one of the array platforms a picture appeared. In the picture, Lu Ming and the others were flying in the starry sky. Obviously, the barbarian tribe had set up surveillance arrays all over the starry sky. They could silently monitor the situation in the starry sky. Not long after Lu Ming and the others came out from the meteorite, they were detected by the surveillance array. Quickly report to the Lord that we found the people from the Taishu dynasty. Quickly. Soon the news was reported. The location where Lu Ming and the others had appeared was reported in detail. The rest of the people continued to monitor. Somewhere in the starry sky. Lu Ming and the others did not know that they had been discovered. They restrained their presence and wanted to find a secret place to hide. This time they did not plan to look for meteorites. They wanted to find a barren planet and hide inside it for a few hundred or 1,000 years. Chapter 3376. In a blink of an eye they flew for a few days. Suddenly, rumble. Ahead, there were huge meteorites flying towards them at high speed, bringing along a terrifying force, crashing towards Lu Ming and the rest. What's going on? The faces of Lu Ming and the rest changed. Retreat. Lu Ming shouted softly, bringing people to retreat. These meteorites flew over inexplicably, giving Lu Ming a bad premonition. But when they retreated, there were also meteorites flying over from behind. At the same time, loud rumbling sounds came from the right, left, top, and bottom. Meteorites, they were all meteorites. There were meteorites flying towards them from all directions, looking like they were going to smash them into meat paste. The faces of Lu Ming and the rest changed, becoming somewhat ugly. They knew that their whereabouts had been discovered. Otherwise, it would be impossible for those meteorites to come crashing toward them from all directions. It was clear that this was man-made. Break! Lu Ming shouted. The Overlord God's spear appeared. A spear light soared into the sky, rushing towards a meteorite. Boom! Boom! The others also took action. Several thousand attacks blasted towards the meteorites in all directions, erupting with violent rumbles. Those meteorites exploded one by one, being beaten to ashes. However, the hearts of Lu Ming and the rest sank. That was because they could feel powerful auras coming from all directions behind the meteorite. Sure enough, when the smoke and dust dissipated, burly figures appeared one after another around Lu Ming and the rest. All of them were barbarians. They were surrounded. Sweeping a glance, there were at least over 100,000 barbarian army surrounding them. Especially the aura of some of them, it was really too terrifying, forming an incomparably terrifying pressure, pressing down on Lu Ming and the rest, making people's hearts turn cold. Trouble. Lu Ming and the rest silently said in their hearts. This time it was really troublesome. The other party had too many powerhouses. There were definitely many existences that surpassed 4th level Divine Lord. Such powerhouses were not what they could deal with. Boom. The void vibrated and a burly figure stepped out. It was a barbarian in a purple-gold battleship. His aura was wild and overbearing, as deep as the sea. He gave people a feeling that he was as majestic as a mountain. This feeling was similar to when Lu Ming faced Yuan Kong. This person was most likely an existence not weaker than Yuan Kong, someone from the Taishu dynasty. As the purple golden armored berserker opened and closed his eyes, they were filled with a ferocious aura. He swept his gaze across Lu Ming and company before finally landing on Myriad God. I'll give you a chance now. Surrender and I'll leave your corpses intact. The purple golden armored barbarian opened his mouth. His voice was as loud as a bell, and it shook the eardrums of Lu Ming and the others. Either we fight or surrender. Impossible. Lu Ming shouted. At this point they could only fight. They would rather die in battle than surrender and be killed in humiliation. A battle? With just the few of you, what do you have to fight us? A bunch of ants, attack and take them down. The purple golden armored berserker said coldly. He then waved his hand and gave the order. Attack from the side. Lu Ming shouted. Qiuqiu transformed into a suit of armor that covered his entire body. He took the lead and charged to the right. The only thing they could do now was to gather all their strength and charge in one direction to see if they could break out. You still want to break out? Kill. On the right, a burly berserker shouted and punched out. A huge fist print blasted toward Lu Ming. The terrifying fist pressure pressed down on Lu Ming, making it difficult for Lu Ming to breathe. This was a terrifying existence in the Divine Lord realm. Battle Ancestor, be careful. On the side, an expert from the Dark Ape fighting tribe rushed up and punched out as well, colliding with the fist print of the Berserker expert. However, the Berserker expert's cultivation was obviously stronger. He directly shattered the fist energy of the Dark Ape fighting tribe. The remaining energy swept toward Lu Ming, causing his body to tremble violently. He was forced to retreat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The existence of the Divine Lord realm was too strong. It was not something he could withstand. The difference was too great. At this moment, Lu Ming's subordinates were also fighting with the berserkers. However, there were too many berserkers and they had come prepared. It was impossible for them to deal with them. When the pressure came, Lu Ming's subordinates coughed up blood and retreated. They were seriously injured. Kill? Wan Xin roared like a wild beast. His long hair fluttered as he rushed to the front. A galaxy rushed forward and swept toward the berserkers. At the same time, the Sovereign's Gate, stone spears, stone swords, stone sabers, etc. blasted forward. All of them are origin source secret techniques. The berserkers widened their eyes in shock. They had heard that there was a monster among the people of the Taishu dynasty who had mastered more than 10 origin source secret techniques. However, it was one thing to hear about it and another to see it with their own eyes. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, it was still unbelievable. Wan Xin attacked with all his strength. His combat strength was too strong. He broke through the attacks of the berserkers and enveloped hundreds of them. Not good. The berserkers' expressions changed drastically as they felt the aura of death. Block it. They roared and resisted with all their strength. However, when Wan Xin's attack landed, the berserkers' bodies still exploded and they died on the spot. Let's charge out together. Wan Xin roared and erupted with all his strength. He was like a sharp knife that pierced forward, wanting to charge out. Don't even think about it. Kneel. At this moment, a furious roar sounded. A white-haired berserker appeared in front of Wan Xin and punched out. That single punch caused the void to explode. Violent shockwaves pressed down on the myriad gods, causing the dozens of quintessent secret skills of the myriad gods to vibrate and explode. Wan Xin coughed up blood and flew back with a pale face. Many people's hearts sank. The white-haired berserker was too strong. His cultivation was definitely above a 4th-level Divine Lord. No matter how strong Wan Xin was, he was only a 2nd-level Divine Lord. It was difficult for him to fight across so many levels. You overestimate yourself and still want to fight back. Take them down. The purple golden armored berserker continued to give orders coldly. The berserker army stepped forward from all directions. Their terrifying aura gathered together and pressed down on them like an iron wall. Don't even think about hurting the war ancestor. Stop them. The dark ape fighting tribe that Lu Ming had brought with him roared and transformed into giant apes. They rushed toward the berserkers. However, there were too many berserkers. A large group of berserkers attacked and the dark ape fighting tribe was no match for them. They coughed up blood and their bodies were covered in wounds. However, they fought to the death and did not retreat. They looked unyielding. Fight it out with them. At most we will die. Those who had joined Lu Ming later were riled up. They roared and rushed toward the berserkers. Chapter 3377. Against the barbarians, surrendering meant death. Not surrendering also meant death. At most they would fight to the death. Furthermore, they had sworn on their life origins to be loyal to Lu Ming. They could not abandon Lu Ming and surrender alone. A bunch of ants, kneel down. Get down. The barbarians continued to attack like a cat catching a mouse. They did not kill and only injured the people Lu Ming brought. Damn it. Lu Ming roared as he charged forward with all his might. However, in such a situation his strength was clearly very weak. When he was struck by the barbarian godlord's force, he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he retreated. Brr. At that moment, Myriad God let out a roar that resembled an ancient god. His body glowed and the light condensed into ancient gods of different forms. He held the stone sword in his hand as sword chi surged and slashed at the void. The void distorted as a wormhole appeared. Myriad God had forcefully opened up another wormhole. Quick retreat. Myriad God roared as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had forced himself to open the wormhole and suffered a backlash. His injuries were worsening with every passing moment. Quick leave. Lu Ming roared as he gathered his subordinates, wanting them to leave through the wormhole. This move again. Do you think the same move will work? At that moment, the purple golden armored barbarian spoke coldly as a purple gold battle axe appeared in his hand. Boom. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body as he slashed out with the purple gold battle axe. A purple gold axe beam cleaved through the starry sky. The void tumbled as the starry sky was split into two. One could clearly see a passageway in the void being split into two. It was the wormhole opened by Myriad God. Boom. The wormhole opened by Myriad God exploded, sending shockwaves across the sky. Myriad God coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as cracks appeared on his body. With the wormhole destroyed, he suffered a devastating backlash and his injuries were extremely serious. Myriad God. Lu Ming was alarmed. Myriad God's injuries were more serious than the previous time. His aura was extremely weak and his face was as pale as a sheet. Lu Ming hurriedly rushed over and hugged Myriad God. A divine power enveloped Myriad God's body. Myriad God's injuries were too severe. If he continued floating in the cosmos he would probably perish. Lu Ming used his divine power to protect the Pantheon. At this moment the battle was completely one-sided. Lu Ming's subordinates were constantly injured. Without any strength to resist, they were captured and controlled by the barbarian tribe. The same was true for the Dark Ape Battle tribe. Almost all of them had been wiped out and were now under the control of the barbarian tribe. Lu Ming, it looks like you won't be able to escape this time. Blue Merchant came to Lu Ming's side. His aura was also very weak. He was also injured and his soul force was weak. His eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. Since we can't leave, we'll just die together. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He planned to open the purple copper coffin. No matter what would happen he couldn't care less. At worst they would just perish together. Suppress them for me. The barbarian tribe roared. They had too many experts. It was unknown how many Divine Lord experts had come. These existences were too strong. With a wave of their hands, they formed huge palms that suppressed Lu Ming's subordinates. About 5,000 people had fallen into the hands of the barbarian tribe. In the end, only Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and Myriad God were left. Kid, you are the leader, right? Now that your subordinates have been wiped out, why aren't you kneeling and surrendering? The purple gold armored barbarian tribe sneered. At this moment, the barbarian tribe army of more than 100,000 had surrounded Lu Ming's group. There was no way out. There was no way out. Surrender? Ah. Lu Ming sneered. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price in blood. With that, Lu Ming did not say anything else. He took out the purple copper coffin. Lan Shu, if there is a chance later, take Myriad God and escape. Lu Ming handed the Blue Merchant to Lu Ming. When the purple copper coffin was opened, Lu Ming did not know what would happen. Perhaps there would be a chance. If he could escape, then so be it. With that, Lu Ming did not say anything else. He suddenly pushed the lid of the purple copper coffin. Kacha. The lid of the purple copper coffin let out a kacha sound as it moved slightly. It was just a slight movement, but an unimaginable aura immediately spread out. At the same time, a roar came from the purple copper coffin. The entire starry sky shook slightly. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to see an incomparably huge primordial god standing under the starry sky, raising its head and roaring. Not good. The barbarian tribe on the purple gold warship had the strongest cultivation and the sharpest spiritual perception. The moment the purple copper coffin opened, all his hair stood on end. A terrifying sense of danger rose in his heart. Retreat, retreat quickly. The barbarian in the purple gold armor roared without hesitation and retreated rapidly. The other barbarians were stunned and also retreated rapidly. You want to retreat? Stay here. A ferocious look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He exerted all his strength and pushed the lid again. Gotcha. The lid of the purple copper coffin was pushed open again. The terrifying aura surged out like a tide. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shook violently. When the aura landed on his body, he felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. His bones made kacha-kacha sounds as if they were about to break. Waves of intense pain spread throughout Lu Ming's body. However, an even greater change happened. Myriad God, who was already extremely weak, suddenly let out a terrifying roar. His body emitted a dazzling bloody light, making him look completely red. He flew out from Blue Merchant's hand. His eyes were blood red and he kept roaring. Waves of terrifying aura were emitted from his body. His face kept twisting. Even his body kept twisting. It was extremely strange. It was as if he was about to split apart. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not know what was going on. Not good. Myriad God has been stimulated by the aura of the purple copper coffin. The bloodlines of dozens of primordial divine spirits in his body have gone berserk. If this continues, he will explode and die. Bone shouted in Sumo's sea of consciousness. Why is this happening? Lu Ming's face turned ugly. After opening the purple copper coffin, he had not dealt with the barbarian tribe. Instead, his own people were in trouble. Roar! Myriad God kept roaring. The bloody aura on his body became denser. His face was distorted and his body started to swell. If this continued, he would really explode. Lu Ming never expected the purple copper coffin to have such a great effect on Myriad God. Close the purple copper coffin or he will die. Bone shouted. Close it. Lu Ming shouted and pushed the purple copper coffin with all his might. He wanted to close the purple copper coffin. He had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, if the barbarian tribe was fine, he would have to watch Myriad God explode and die. He could not do it. Gotcha. The purple copper coffin closed completely. The aura also disappeared without a trace. Chapter 3378. The purple copper coffin was closed by Lu Ming and the aura instantly disappeared without a trace. Phew! Lu Ming gasped for breath and his body was drenched in cold sweat. The aura was too terrifying. He felt that he was about to die and his body was still in excruciating pain. The moment the aura disappeared, Wan Xin's aura suddenly calmed down. His body was no longer distorted and slowly returned to normal. The glaring blood-red aura also retracted and disappeared. Following that, Wan Xin fainted. Lan Shang hurriedly caught Wan Xin. Phew! The surrounding barbarians secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them felt a chill run down their backs as they were drenched in cold sweat. When Lu Ming opened the purple copper coffin just now, the aura was too terrifying. There was a great sense of crisis. They all had a feeling that they had been targeted by a terrifying existence and would be swallowed in one gulp. It was too late for them to retreat. At that moment, the surrounding barbarians surrounded Lu Ming and company from afar. For a moment, no one dared to approach. What is that? It's so strange. Many barbarians looked at the purple copper coffin in Lu Ming's hands with fear. Don't get too close. Now that the monster is unconscious, there are only 2 of them left. They are nothing to worry about. Send 1 or 2 people to take them down. The purple golden armored barbarian said. He did not dare to let the barbarian army get too close. If Lu Ming opened the purple copper coffin again and caused the barbarian army to suffer great losses, it would be a great loss. Only Lu Ming and company were left. As long as a Sir God was sent, they could easily take them down. The barbarian army continued to retreat a distance. However, they still surrounded the surrounding space, not giving Lu Ming and company a chance to escape. Who is willing to take them down? The purple golden armored barbarian swept his gaze across the barbarian army. However, no one dared to respond. The aura from the purple copper coffin was too terrifying. If they were to capture Lu Ming and Lu Ming risked his life to open the purple copper coffin, they would die as well. Who would be willing to do such a suicidal thing? The purple golden armored barbarian's face turned gloomy, and he said, Since no one wants to go up, I'll be the one to do it. The hearts of the barbarian army trembled, and each of them prayed that they wouldn't be targeted. You guys go and take them down. The purple gold man looked at the 5 barbarians. These barbarians were all at the peak Divine King realm. Lu Ming was a 5th-tier King God realm expert. As for Lan Shang, he did not even have a star core. Even if he had some combat power, he had been severely injured earlier. 5 peak King God realm experts were more than enough to deal with Lu Ming and Lan Shang. Moreover, if Lu Ming opened the purple copper coffin, they would only lose 5 peak Divine Kings. It would not be a big deal. This was the purple golden armored barbarians' plan. The faces of the 5 barbarian tribe members who were pointed out immediately turned pale. However, this was the army and military orders were absolute. Once they were ordered, they could only obey. Otherwise, they would be dealt with according to military law. Still not going? The purple golden armored barbarian said coldly. Yes. The 5 barbarian tribe members could only obey the order. Then they flew toward Lu Ming. Kid, it's not too late to surrender. As long as you surrender, we won't kill you. One of the barbarians shouted. That's right. Did you see your subordinates? They are all safe and sound. We didn't kill them. Another barbarian tribe member shouted. They wanted to make Lu Ming surrender without fighting. That way they wouldn't have to take risks. Lu Ming looked around. His subordinates were captured, but they weren't killed. However, he didn't trust the barbarians. The Taishu dynasty and the barbarians had been fighting each other for a long time. They were mortal enemies, and it was impossible for them to show mercy. They didn't kill them now, but it didn't mean that they wouldn't kill them in the future. Lu Ming would never allow himself to fall into the barbarians' hands. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then get lost. Lu Ming said coldly. Why aren't you attacking? The purple golden armored barbarian tribe member urged. Kid, we gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You're courting death. The 5 barbarians didn't hesitate anymore. They roared and attacked Lu Ming at the same time. They wanted to suppress Lu Ming with a storm of attacks. They wanted to subdue Lu Ming as soon as possible so that Lu Ming wouldn't have time to open the purple copper coffin. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to open the purple copper coffin in the face of a peak Divine King. Lu Ming held the spear in one hand and thrust it out. At the same time as the spear thrust out, Xiao cooperated with it and released bolts of lightning that enveloped the 5 brute race experts. A huge collision occurred between the two sides. Yin-Yang God Eye, Gate of Domination. Lu Ming let out a low roar. His eyes turned into vortexes as he cast the Yin-Yang Divine Eyes. Lines of runes appeared and condensed into Yin-Yang runes. They were like a line of sight, entangling the 5 powerful barbarians. At the same time, the Gate of Domination enlarged rapidly and pressed down on the barbarians. This kid, the 5 peak Divine Kings of the barbarians were shocked. Lu Ming's attacks were violent and his fighting strength was beyond their imagination. The 5 of them roared and attacked with their full strength. Some of them slashed with their axes while others threw out iron fists. 5 terrifying attacks clashed with Lu Ming's attacks. The axes clashed with the bolts of lightning. The fists shook the Gate of Domination. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. This kid's strength. The other barbarians were also shocked. Lu Ming was only in the 5th Divine King realm, but his fighting strength was beyond their imagination. This kid is also a monster. No wonder the marshal ordered us to capture him alive. Many barbarians had the same thought. There were a few monsters in the group, and they were definitely important figures in the Taishu Holy Court. Although they did not know why they had suddenly come to the barbarian tribe's territory, they would definitely be a threat to the Taishu Holy Court if they were taken down. Swoosh. At this moment, a dazzling sword light flashed. It was Blue Merchant. His glabella shone and his soul power spread out. It turned into a sword light and attacked the 5 peak Divine Kings of the barbarians. Although Blue Merchant only had soul power, his soul power was so powerful that he could easily suppress a peak Divine King. The 5 peak Divine Kings were fighting with Lu Ming. How could they block Blue Merchant's attack? Buff, buff. The sword light flew and blood splattered. 5 heads flew far away. 5 peak Divine Kings of the barbarians were dead. Damn it! How dare you sneak attack us? The other barbarians roared. There are so many of you against us. How dare you say we're despicable? If you have the ability, let's fight at the same level. I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming sneered. You? The barbarians were furious but they couldn't agree. Fight at the same level? What a joke. They would be killed by Lu Ming if they went up. Who else wants to die? Lu Ming shouted. He held the purple bronze coffin in one hand and the Overlord Divine Spear in the other. You go and take them down. The purple golden armored barbarian pointed at a barbarian in black armor. Chapter 3379. The purple golden armored barbarian called out another barbarian. Bam! This barbarian was wearing black armor. He was burly and held a black spear in his hand. When he took a step forward, the void trembled. This barbarian was shockingly a first-level Divine Lord existence. The barbarians did not dare to take the risk. They were afraid of Lu Ming's purple copper coffin and only called one person to go forward. The black-armored barbarian kept stepping forward. The void trembled and his aura became stronger. He was closing in on Lu Ming and Blue Merchant. He did not dare to be careless. He gathered his aura and waited for it to reach its peak before he killed Lu Ming. Lu Ming would not be able to fight back. Blue Merchant's figure flashed and appeared beside Lu Ming. He was ready to fight. Lu Ming's gaze turned solemn and his aura grew stronger. He even activated the Battle Word Sutra to increase his combat power by 5 times. He raised his body's condition to the extreme and was prepared to fight to the death. Rumble. Right at this moment, a deafening boom suddenly reverberated, shaking the starry sky. Many people were shocked and looked in the direction of the voice. At first glance, their pupils could not help but widen. In the distant starry sky, an incomparably huge pitch-black mountain was flying in their direction. The mountain was huge and it crashed into the starry sky. Some meteorites were hit by the mountain and exploded into pieces. The giant mountain was heading in the direction of Lu Ming and the rest. Mount Barbarian God. That's Mount Barbarian God. When the barbarians saw this, they shouted in shock. They did not expect Mount Barbarian God to fly towards them. Rumble. As Mount Barbarian God got closer, the terrifying sound became more intense. They could see many figures on both sides of Mount Barbarian God. They were all barbarians. What's going on? Lu Ming and Lan Shang were also dumbstruck. They looked even more helpless. With so many barbarians coming at once, they had lost all hope. Quick, take them down, the purple golden armored barbarian shouted. Mount Barbarian God was almost there. If they did not take action, they would miss it. Come on, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming yelled as he raised the purple copper coffin, ready to open it at any moment. Lu Ming instinctively felt that the appearance of this pitch-black mountain might change the situation for the better, so he immediately put on a desperate posture to stall for time. Fear flashed in the eyes of the barbarian in black armor. He hesitated for a moment and didn't act immediately. With this delay, Mount Barbarian God was getting closer to them. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Mount Barbarian God is not to be blasphemed. On both sides of Mount Barbarian God, there were barbarians roaring loudly. Their voices shook the starry sky. Clearly they were terrifying existences. Get out of the way quick. Go. The barbarian tribe members who had surrounded Lu Ming and Blue Merchant no longer dared to stay. They flew to the sides and avoided Mount Barbaric God. Legend had it that the Barbarian God Mountain was the place where the Barbarian God went into seclusion. What kind of existence was the Barbarian God? He was the ancestor of the barbarian tribe, the great existence that gave birth to the barbarian tribe. He was not to be blasphemed. The barbarian tribe members could only sense the aura of Mount Barbarian God from afar and hoped that they could obtain a fortuitous encounter. They couldn't get too close to Mount Barbarian God. Otherwise they would be blaspheming the Barbarian God, which was a great sin. Not only would they be guilty of a great sin, even their family members would be implicated. Therefore, when Mount Barbarian God flew over, no one dared to get close to it. They all flew away. Suddenly, Lu Ming's encirclement was broken. Lan Shu, the barbarian tribe members don't seem to dare to get close to this mountain. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Blue Merchant. The two of them communicated quickly. That's right. Judging from the name, it's called Mount Barbarian God. It should be related to the ancestor of the barbarian tribe, the Barbarian God. This is our chance. Let's charge up the mountain. Blue Merchant replied. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same idea. The two of them communicated for a while. Mount Barbarian God was getting closer to them, bringing with it a violent force. This force was so strong that even an ordinary divine king would find it difficult to stand still. However, it was nothing to Lu Ming and Blue Merchant. The two of them didn't hesitate. Blue Merchant brought Wan Shen and Lu Ming and rushed towards Mount Barbarian God. Oh no, it's the two from the Taishu dynasty. Stop. How dare you blaspheme Mount Barbarian God? You're courting death. Stop. The barbarian tribe members shouted, wanting to stop Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others didn't care. They would only die if they stayed. If they rushed towards Mount Barbarian God, they might have a chance to survive. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them were extremely fast. They flew towards Mount Barbarian God like two rays of light. At this moment, the barbarian tribe members on both sides of Mount Barbarian God were alarmed. They roared in anger. However, they didn't dare to get close to Mount Barbarian God. They could only watch as Lu Ming and Blue Merchant approached Mount Barbarian God and landed on it. Mount Barbarian God was extremely huge. It was as big as a planet. Lu Ming and the others landed on it. They were no different from a speck of dust. This aura? The moment they landed on Mount Barbarian God, Lu Ming was surprised. This was because Mount Barbarian God was emitting an ancient aura. This aura was similar to the aura of the Primordial Divine Spirit. However, it wasn't as pure as the Primordial Divine Spirit. Could it be that the so-called Barbarian God is related to the Primordial Divine Spirit? Lu Ming couldn't help but guess. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant looked around. They realized that Mount Barbarian God was really just a huge black rock. There was nothing on it. There were no plants or living beings. It was dead silent. Those barbarian tribe members don't seem to dare to come in. Let's just stay here and drift along the mountain. Maybe we can get out. Lu Ming said. Don't be careless. They might take the risk and come in. Blue Merchant said with a serious face. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't dare to be careless. He took out a few divine pills and swallowed them. He used all his strength to refine the pills and recover his strength. At this moment, countless barbarians surrounded Mount Barbarian God on three sides. Many powerful barbarians stared intently at Lu Ming and Lan Shang, lest they escaped. What's going on? Some of the barbarian race experts looked at the barbarian race in purple and gold armor. He was a terrifying expert from the barbarian race. Although the barbarian race was a general at the border, he didn't dare to put on airs. He quickly said, "It's like this. Some people from the Taishu dynasty have sneaked in. We were chasing after them when we didn't expect the barbarian god mountain to fly over." The purple golden armored man briefly explained what had happened. I see. The expressions of the barbarian experts eased a little. These two ants from the Taishu dynasty actually dared to enter Mount Barbarian God. These blasphemers must not be allowed to live. An old barbarian said with a gloomy face. But Marshal Miexu said he wants him alive. The purple-armored barbarian looked troubled. You've already blasphemed against the god of berserkers, so why are you still keeping them alive? Kill them. If anything happens, I will answer to Marshal Miexu. The old barbarian said coldly. Chapter 3380. But they are on Mount Barbarian God. What should we do? The purple-gold armored man frowned. Outsiders on Mount Barbarian God are the greatest blasphemy to the barbarian god. We must get rid of them. We have no choice but to send people to Mount Barbarian God. I believe that the barbarian god will not blame us if he knows about this. The elder from the barbarian tribe said. Obviously, his position in the barbarian tribe was not to be underestimated. Then the elder from the barbarian tribe called a few of the higher-ups of the barbarian tribe to discuss and finally decided to send people to Mount Barbarian God to kill Lu Ming and the rest. Originally, the barbarian tribe was not allowed to get close to Mount Barbarian God, let alone go up. But now they had no choice. They could not allow Lu Ming and the rest to stay on Mount Barbarian God. That would be the greatest blasphemy to the barbarian god. Soon they selected a dozen experts, all of whom were in the Divine Lord realm, to kill their way to Mount Barbarian God. The dozen experts from the barbarian tribe flashed and appeared in different directions of Mount Barbarian God. They surrounded Mount Barbarian God and blocked all the exits. Then they stepped out and rushed towards Mount Barbarian God. Not good. On Mount Barbarian God, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant's faces changed. They did not expect the barbarian tribe to be so decisive. They did not care about Mount Barbarian God and directly sent experts to kill them. The dozen experts from the barbarian tribe were all in the Divine Lord realm. Moreover, they were probably above the first level of the Divine Lord realm. Their strength was too shocking. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye they were close to Lu Ming and the rest. The dozen Divine Lord realm experts joined forces and attacked Lu Ming and the rest from all directions. They could not escape at all. Lan Shu, if there is a chance later, take Wan Shin away with you. Lu Ming roared. Since they could not escape, they could only fight normally. Gotcha. Lu Ming pushed the lid of the purple copper coffin. The sound of metal rubbing against metal could be heard. The purple copper coffin opened a crack. That terrifying aura appeared again. Lu Ming felt excruciating pain all over his body. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared. Just as the purple copper coffin opened a crack, the entire Mount Barbarian God shook violently. Rumble. Mount God of Berserkers trembled violently, as if it had formed some sort of resonance with the purple copper coffin. Then, under the shocked gazes of countless berserkers and Lu Ming, the coffin quickly shrank. What happened? The dozen or so barbarian tribe warriors who were about to rush towards Lu Ming and the others roared in shock. They stopped and didn't dare to move forward. As for Mount Barbarian God, it was trembling more and more violently and shrinking more and more. It was originally the size of a life planet, but in just a short while, it had shrunk by dozens of times, and it was still shrinking rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the huge Mount Barbaric God shrank to a few meters tall. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant appeared in the starry sky. Then, Mount Barbarian God turned into a beam of light and rushed into the crack in the purple copper coffin, disappearing without a trace. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. This scene was truly beyond his expectations. The purple copper coffin had actually swallowed Mount Barbaric God. That is, then Lu Ming and Blue Merchant's eyes flashed. The huge Mount Barbarian God had disappeared, but in the place where it had disappeared, there was a huge whirlpool. A pitch-black whirlpool with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters was spinning non-stop. This was clearly a passageway. There was actually a passageway inside Mount Barbarian God. No one knew where it led to as it had been blocked by Mount Barbarian God previously. Mount Barbarian God has disappeared. Ah, damn it, what kind of evil technique did that brat use to take away Mount Barbarian God? Damn it. The disappearance of Mount Barbarian God had driven the berserkers crazy. Countless berserkers roared and looked at Lu Ming and the others with murderous intent. They couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming and the others into pieces. Kill them and take back Mount Barbarian God. Countless berserkers roared and charged towards Lu Ming and the others with murderous intent. Lan Shu, charge into the whirlpool. Lu Ming roared and quickly used his strength to close the purple copper coffin. Then he charged into the whirlpool. At the same time, Blue Merchant also moved. He carried the unconscious Wan Shen and charged into the whirlpool. No matter where the whirlpool led to, they had to give it a try. Staying here would only lead to death. There was no chance of survival. However, if they charged into the whirlpool, there might be a way out. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant naturally wouldn't miss out on this sudden chance of survival. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant charged into the whirlpool at the same time. Lu Ming charged into the whirlpool without any obstruction and disappeared. When Blue Merchant charged into the whirlpool, he felt a strong resistance. This resistance was not obstructing him. Instead, it was obstructing the unconscious myriad gods. It seemed like there was a force that was stopping Wan Shen from entering. Not good. Blue Merchant's expression changed drastically. At this moment, an ancient and desolate aura emanated from Wan Shen's body. It was as if dozens of ancient existences were roaring. When this aura appeared, the resistance suddenly disappeared. Lan Shang took Myriad God and entered the vortex without a hitch. They charged into the whirlpool. Charge in and kill them. The berserkers roared. Some of the stronger existences were the fastest. In the blink of an eye, they charged into the whirlpool. However, when they reached the whirlpool, they felt an extremely strong resistance that stopped them. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't charge into the whirlpool. How is this possible? This is impossible. Why can't we enter? The berserkers roared, finding it hard to accept. This whirlpool was inside Mount Barbarian God and belonged to the berserkers. However, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant could enter, but the berserkers couldn't. What was the meaning of this? That's not right. There seems to be a strong restriction on this whirlpool. It requires one's cultivation to reach a certain level. One can't enter. At this moment, an old berserker noticed something and his voice reverberated throughout the area. I see. Many berserkers were enlightened. Countless berserkers surrounded the whirlpool and observed it carefully. In the end, they came to the conclusion that those above the Divine Lord Realm couldn't enter the whirlpool. Only those below the Divine Lord Realm could enter. However, among those people from the Taishu dynasty, there's clearly one above the Divine Lord Realm. How can he enter? Some berserkers raised their doubts. Wan Shen was clearly a second-level Divine Lord. Wasn't he also brought in by Blue Merchant? Was it because he was unconscious? Following that, the berserkers tested it out. They knocked out a first-level Divine Lord Berserker and let a ninth-level Divine King Berserker bring him into the whirlpool. However, they were still blocked. They couldn't figure it out. However, after testing it out, they found that only those below the Divine Lord Realm could enter. They sent a few berserkers below the Divine Lord Realm and they had already entered. Could this whirlpool be the barbarian god's true place of seclusion? Some berserkers speculated. This caused many berserkers' eyes to sparkle. Chapter 3381. Many top powers of the barbarian tribe speculated that the whirlpool might be the real place where the god of barbarians secluded himself. The whirlpool was obviously a door, a passageway that led to an unknown place. This is the will of the heavens. The god of barbarians made use of the boy from the Taishu dynasty to make the real place where he secluded himself. This is an opportunity for us. An old barbarian said excitedly. That's right. This is an opportunity for the barbarian tribe to rise. We must seize it. Report this to the barbarian emperor and let him make a decision. In the end, many barbarians came to an agreement and reported the news to the barbarian emperor. They used a special method to spread the news. Not long after, they received a reply from the barbarian emperor. He sent out a large number of top powers below the Sir God level into the whirlpool. Not long after, a large number of barbarians arrived. Among this group of barbarians, there were peerless geniuses of the younger generation and old monsters who had been stuck at the peak Divine King realm for many years. Without a doubt, they were all top experts of the Divine King realm. They had entered the whirlpool for two purposes. The first was to kill Lu Ming and the others. The second was to see if there was an opportunity in the real place where the god of barbarians secluded himself. If there was an opportunity, it would be the foundation for the barbarian tribe to rise. It's Manku. Manku is here too. Someone exclaimed when they saw the group of top powers. There was a young barbarian in the group. He was extremely eye-catching. He was too tall. He was 1/3 taller than the average barbarian. He was especially eye-catching in the group. This young barbarian was called Manku. He was a peerless genius of the younger generation of the barbarian tribe. He was known as the strongest divine king of the barbarian tribe. He was invincible among the divine kings. He was the center of attention among the barbarian tribe. His future was limitless. This time, the barbarian emperor had sent him to the real place where the god of barbarians secluded himself. He wanted to see if he could obtain an opportunity to rise to the next level. In addition, there were also some young barbarian tribe members who were extremely famous among the barbarian tribe. They were all extremely powerful people. There were also some old barbarians who had almost all their hair falling out. Their skin was shriveled and wrinkled. They were in stark contrast to the young barbarians. These people were people from the barbarian tribe who had been stuck at the peak of the Divine King realm for countless years. Most of them did not have much lifespan left. However, they had stayed at the peak Divine King realm for too long. No matter if it was their comprehension of the divine power origin or various divine skills or secret techniques, they had all cultivated to a profound level. Their fighting strength was extremely powerful, far stronger than ordinary peak divine kings. They would follow Manku and the other young prodigies in. One was to act as Manku and the other's Tao protectors, and the other was to see if they could find a lucky chance to break through their limits and step into the Divine Lord realm. Alright, let's go. Remember, we must kill those bastards from the Taishu dynasty. A barbarian expert warned. Don't worry, those ants will definitely die. The one who spoke was Manku, and his face was filled with confidence. After that, more than 500 barbarians rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. Where is this? As soon as Lu Ming went through the whirlpool, he felt as if he had entered a transmission array. After an unknown amount of time, he found himself on a barren plain. Looking around, all he could see was desolation. The desolate land, the boundless land, was devoid of life. There were no plants, no animals, only a cold wind blowing past. Other than that, there was nothing. Blue Merchant and Wan Shen were not by his side. Swoosh! Lu Ming rushed into the sky and looked around. The vast expanse of land was filled with potholes, as if it had been through a great battle. It was like a battlefield. Other than that, he did not see Blue Merchant and Wan Shen. Could it be that after entering the whirlpool they separated? Lu Ming pondered, then took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Blue Merchant. However, what made Lu Ming's heart sink was that the voice transmission jade talisman could not be transmitted. What's going on? Is it because we are too far away? Lu Ming frowned. He could only pray that Blue Merchant and Wan Shen were fine. I don't know where this is. I have to leave this place quickly. Perhaps the barbarians will chase after me. Lu Ming pondered, then randomly chose a direction and flew forward. However, the moment Lu Ming flew, he realized that something was amiss. His flying speed had plummeted by several times. He was countless times slower than before. His current speed was like the speed of a turtle in Lu Ming's eyes. My speed is greatly suppressed. This world. Wait. At that moment, Lu Ming calmed down and carefully sensed his surroundings. He realized that something was amiss. This world exuded an ancient and primordial feeling. It was extremely heavy, giving Lu Ming the illusion that he had traversed infinite spacetime and arrived in the primordial era. Heavy, majestic, condensed, ancient, all sorts of feelings came one after another. Dong, dong, dong. At the same time, Lu Ming's heart of the ancient god beat violently like a divine drum. Following that, there was a strange energy in the world that gathered towards the heart of the ancient god. After absorbing this energy, the heart of the ancient god seemed to become more powerful. Following that, a wave of energy flowed out of the heart of the ancient god and spread throughout Lu Ming's body, tempering his divine body. Although this feeling was not very fast and was very slow, Lu Ming could clearly feel that it was countless times faster than outside. Outside, the heart of the ancient god could constantly absorb the energy of the outside world and turn it into blood qi to nourish and temper Lu Ming's divine body. However, its speed was far inferior to this place. This energy is very mysterious. Lu Ming carefully sensed it and realized that this energy was somewhat similar to the aura of a primordial god. Lu Ming was rather surprised. He felt that this place was not simple. However, there was one advantage. If he cultivated here, the improvement of his ancient god body would definitely be much faster than outside. Lu Ming did not stop and started to wander around aimlessly. This place was very big. Lu Ming wandered around for half a month and still could not walk out of this place. On this day, Lu Ming was wandering aimlessly when suddenly, a bright light shone from a direction. Lu Ming looked in that direction and discovered that there was a door in that direction. It was an incomparably huge door. It was indomitable and stood in the void. A door? What's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. He then soared into the sky and flew towards the door. However, his speed was many times slower than when he was outside. Even after flying for several days, he still didn't arrive at the entrance. After a few days, the light on the door had dimmed a lot. It was faintly discernible in the void. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, Qiu, who had been in the form of a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist, moved. He flew out and turned into a round ball. His mouth opened and closed and his eyes were shining. Chapter 3382. Qiu opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Its eyes glowed as it rushed forward. Did this guy discover something? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Qiu's state clearly showed that it had discovered something delicious. Lu Ming knew it too well. Lu Ming hurriedly followed Qiu and flew forward. Soon Lu Ming made a discovery. He saw a battle sword on the ground in front of him. It wasn't a complete battle sword but a broken sword. Only the tip remained, but it was too huge. The broken sword was inserted into the ground and pierced through the clouds. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. What kind of existence could use such a huge sword? Ordinary divine weapons could change in size, but that was only possible when they were injected with divine power. They could only become incomparably huge when they were under the control of someone else. But once there was no divine power, the divine weapon would return to its original size. As for the broken sword in front of him, it was so big even though no one was controlling it. This was truly shocking. It stood there like a mountain. Crunch, crunch, Qiu's teeth kept colliding. It became even more excited and sped up. It flew directly under the broken sword and opened its mouth to bite. It bit off a huge piece and swallowed it with a face full of bliss. At this time, Lu Ming also came under the broken sword and carefully sized it up. This was an old sword. He didn't know what metal it was made of, but he could tell that it was very old. It had been through a long time and was about to corrode. It was full of holes and its spirituality had been severely damaged. It was almost useless, but it was still a great supplement for Qiu. It ate happily. Lu Ming didn't care about it. He sat cross-legged at the side and circulated his energy to regulate his breathing. Previously, he had opened the purple copper coffin twice. Although he had only opened a tiny gap, he had endured a huge amount of pressure and was heavily injured. During this period, he had been healing his injuries while flying. Now, his injuries were basically healed and he had returned to his peak state. Qiu ate very quickly, eating a huge piece of metal with each bite. Soon, a huge gap was gnawed off the huge battle sword. But Qiu didn't have any intention of stopping. Its body seemed to have no bottom. Could contain as much metal as it ate. Just like that, Qiu ate for 3 days. 3 days later, the broken sword that was 10,000 meters tall entered Qiu's stomach. After eating the broken sword, Qiu turned into a ball and landed on the ground. Its body gave off a faint light, then stopped moving. Alenet, Qiu evolve? Lu Ming's eyes. He was well aware of Qiu's current state. This was the rhythm of evolution. It seemed that this broken sword was no small matter. Qiuqiu was about to evolve right after eating it. Of Qiuqiu of the god was the 8th layer king god realm. Ding Kukyukyu of Qiuqiu's evolution was cultivate. Dong dong dong. The ancient god's heart beat. Lu Ming absorbed the energy of the outside world and gathered it in the ancient god's heart. Then it turned into surging blood qi that filled Lu Ming's body and nourished Lu Ming's divine body. Not only that, Lu Ming felt that cultivating here could increase his divine power much faster than cultivating outside. This was an excellent cultivation ground. No wonder it was said that the barbarian god was in seclusion here. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qiuqiu still hadn't woken up. Just then Lu Ming's expression changed and he looked in a direction. Whoosh, whoosh. There were 7 or 8 rays of light flying towards him at an astonishing speed. Barbarian tribe. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He could tell at a glance that they were of the barbarian tribe. There were 8 of them. Some of them were young, while others looked like middle-aged men. The barbarian tribe had indeed caught up. However, Lu Ming didn't retreat. Firstly, Qiuqiu was still evolving. He couldn't leave Qiuqiu behind. Secondly, these barbarian tribe weren't very strong. They were all below the divine king realm. He might be able to deal with them. It's that kid. Don't let him go. The 8 barbarian tribe members also noticed Lu Ming. They roared and chased after Lu Ming, surrounding him. 2 of the 8 barbarian tribe members were young while the other 6 were middle-aged men. Kid, where are your companions? One of the barbarian tribe members stared at Lu Ming and asked coldly. He didn't hide his strong killing intent. Just me. Don't look for me. Lu Ming said indifferently. Looks like you were separated when you came in. That's fine. I'll kill you first before killing the others. The barbarian tribe member said coldly. Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Oh, what's that? Lu Ming said coldly. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he looked in a direction. The barbarian tribe members were shocked and they looked in that direction instinctively. At that moment, Lu Ming started his attack. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and attacked in a direction. His palms slashed out like a knife. In an instant, Lu Ming's combat strength increased by 4 times. He circulated the heavenly demon golden body to the extreme. There were 2 middle-aged men in the 8th divine king realm in that direction. However, they were just ordinary 8th divine king realm cultivators. They couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. Uff, uff. Blood splattered everywhere. The 2 barbarian tribe members' bodies exploded and they died. Then Lu Ming swept his leg like a steel whip towards one of the middle-aged barbarian tribe members. The barbarian tribe member reacted and tried his best to block the attack. However, he still died. He collided with Lu Ming and his body exploded. He died on the spot. The moment Lu Ming attacked, he killed 3 barbarian tribe members. Bastard, you're courting death. Kill. The remaining 5 barbarian tribe members roared and charged towards Lu Ming. 5 attacks came from 5 different directions and they attacked Lu Ming. Swish. Lu Ming cast the 9 heavens Kunping technique. His figure flashed and he avoided the other party's attack. Don't think about leaving. One of the young barbarian tribe members shouted. He rushed towards Lu Ming like a cannonball. His iron fist was like a mountain and it crushed towards Lu Ming with violent energy. Lu Ming was not afraid. He circulated the heavenly demon golden body and punched out. Boom. The 2 of them hit each other and there was a big explosion in the void. The young barbarian tribe member was pushed back. Lu Ming's body swayed. What powerful strength. Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming had activated the battle incantation to increase his combat strength by 4 times. He circulated the heavenly demon golden body and the 11 types of divine powers in his body. His strength was shocking. However, when he exchanged blows with the young barbarian tribe member, his arm felt numb. Chapter 3383. 7th King God Layer. Looks like he's a peerless genius of the barbarian tribe. Lu Ming muttered. The young man from the barbarian tribe had reached the 7th King God Layer at such a young age. He was definitely a peerless genius of the barbarian tribe. Huang Dong was ranked 18th in the last batch of geniuses who had joined the Great Void Imperial family. He was only at the 6th King God Layer. Putting everything else aside in terms of cultivation alone, this barbarian youth was ranked in the top 18 of the previous batch of geniuses from the Great Void Imperial Academy. However, the young man from the barbarian tribe was even more surprised. He had heard that Lu Ming was monstrously strong but he didn't believe it. He was only at the 5th King God Layer. How strong could he be? Moreover, he was also a peerless genius. Let's attack together and kill him first. A middle-aged burly man roared and charged toward Lu Ming. The middle-aged man was strong. He was a peak king god. At the same time, the other barbarian tribe members also charged towards Lu Ming. Great. I'll send you to hell. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His aura became stronger and stronger like an erupting volcano. He circulated all kinds of divine powers to the maximum. Especially the ruler's divine force, overlord spear force and moon divine force. Lu Ming had awakened them 3 times. Their power was terrifying. Lu Ming grabbed the air and the overlord spear appeared. He thrust it forward. A river of spear principles appeared. It was huge and it covered the 2 barbarian tribe members. The 2 barbarian tribe members screamed. Their bodies were pierced by the spear lights and they died on the spot. Then Lu Ming waved his hand and the God's Gate appeared. It charged towards the other young barbarian tribe member. That barbarian tribe member was also a peerless genius. However, his cultivation level was too low. He was only at the 5th king god layer. He had only come here to try his luck. He was no match for Lu Ming. He turned pale with fright. He exerted all his strength and punched hundreds of times in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. However, it was all in vain. The God's Gate crushed his fist energies. No! The young barbarian tribe member shouted in despair. Then his body was torn apart. He was killed by Lu Ming. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. In an instant, another 3 barbarians were killed by Lu Ming. Only 2 barbarian tribe members. One was the peerless genius of the 7th layer of the king god realm, and the other was the middle-aged man of the barbarian tribe at the peak of the king god realm. They were the strongest barbarian tribe members. So that's why Lu's Gate. Kid, I'll kill you. The young barbarian man of the 7th king god realm shouted furiously. His murderous aura shot up to the sky. His aura became more and more powerful, reaching the peak in the end. Awaken 3rd awakening. Lu Ming's barbarian tribe member. This barbarian prodigy was indeed extraordinary. His origin divine power factor had actually awakened thrice. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered a prodigy who had awakened his origin divine power factor thrice. God's King God Origin S is God Origin God level. Barbarian King's Divine Axe. The barbarian race genius roared. A bronze battle axe appeared in the air and was held in his hand. This was his origin secret technique. With the secret technique in his hand, the barbarian tribe member charged towards Lu Ming. The barbarian king's divine axe shook the heavens and earth. A terrifying energy burst out. The gigantic axe fell towards Lu Ming. The axe had yet to hit Lu Ming, but an extremely powerful pressure was already pressing down on him. Although the barbarian tribe member was only at the 7th god layer, his fighting strength was terrifying. He was stronger than many peak god kings. Great. I'd like to see how strong the barbarian tribe's top barbarian tribe member is. On the contrary, Lu Ming's fighting spirit grew stronger. With a long roar, the tyrannical divine spear charged upward. A huge spear gleamed soared into the sky as if it was going to pierce the sky. It collided with the other party's barbarian king divine axe. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. It was as if a planet had exploded in the sky. Violent energy swept out in all directions. Lu Ming and the barbarian tribe member trembled and retreated at the same time. However, as soon as they retreated, the ground cracked and they charged towards each other again. Barbarian King's divine axe, heaven-destroying strike. The barbarian race genius roared and unleashed a terrifying ultimate move. He slashed out with his battle axe, filling the sky with axe light. Boom, boom, boom. The ground kept exploding as the axe light overflowed with energy. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. This place was like an ancient desolate land. The ground was extremely hard. It was many times harder than the ground outside. One could see how powerful the barbarian king's divine axe was to be able to cause such destruction. Unstoppable Spear River, Sovereign's Gate. Lu Ming waved his spear and executed the strongest move of the war god strike, Unstoppable Spear River. A dazzling river appeared and swept forward. The Unstoppable Spear River was the strongest move of the war god strike. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Not only could it attack, but it could also protect one's body. The Unstoppable Spear River was formed by countless spear lights. It collided with the barbarian tribe member's axe light and created a terrifying explosion. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the Sovereign's Gate and attacked his opponent. Rumble. The Sovereign's Gate exploded with a powerful force. It was 10,000 feet tall and was about to kill the barbarian tribe member. However, the barbarian tribe member's axe light suddenly increased in number. Some of the axe light soared into the sky and slashed at the Sovereign's Gate, blocking it. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. One had to admit that the barbarian tribe member was indeed powerful. In many aspects he wasn't much weaker than Lu Ming. He was in the 7th God King realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. In addition, he had awakened his divine origin power 3 times. Although both of them had awakened 3 times, the difference in cultivation level was too great. Even though Lu Ming had awakened 3 types of divine powers 3 times, it was still difficult to make up for the difference. Only by using the battle character art to increase his combat strength by 4 times and using all 11 types of divine powers could he barely make up for the difference. As for origin source secret techniques and other powerful secret techniques, the barbarian youth also had them. The two of them fought with speed and strength. In the blink of an eye they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Die. At this moment, the Peak God King realm middle-aged barbarian tribe member suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. He reached out his hand and slashed at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with a fatal blow. However, Lu Ming had been paying attention to his opponent's actions. As soon as the barbarian tribe member attacked, Lu Ming attacked as well. Yin-Yang God-Eye. Lu Ming's eyes turned into 2 whirlpools. 2 huge whirlpools appeared in the sky. One was extremely cold and the other was extremely hot. They exploded with destructive energy and attacked the Peak God King. The barbarian tribe member's expression changed. His battle blade expanded and he slashed out more than 10 times. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions occurred and the middle-aged barbarian tribe member was pushed back. Your opponent is me. Die. The barbarian tribe member roared. His divine power surged and his body expanded rapidly. He turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. Chapter 3384. The barbarian tribe prodigy roared as his body grew rapidly. He turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. This is the ancient god body? No, it's not the ancient god body. It's different. Lu Ming was shocked at first. He thought that the other party cultivated the ancient god body, but he immediately realized that it was different from the ancient god body. First of all, there was a huge difference in appearance. Moreover, the giant that the barbarian tribe prodigy had transformed into did not have scales of different colors. Instead, it was a layer of rock-like armor. The yellow armor covered his entire body, making him look extraordinarily mighty. Moreover, the essence of his aura was also very different from the ancient god body. Lu Ming speculated that this was also a type of secret technique that had the same effect as the ancient god body. Die, you ant! The barbarian tribe prodigy roared as he raised his leg and stomped down on Lu Ming. The sole of his foot covered the sky as he wanted to stomp Lu Ming into meat paste. Then I'll pierce through your soul. Lu Ming shouted as he merged his energy and divine power into the Overlord God's spear. It turned into a spear light that shot into the sky and pierced toward the sole of the foot. Clang! The Overlord God's spear accurately pierced the other party's soul, producing a loud boom. However, it did not pierce through the other party's soul. The other party's entire body was covered in rock-like armor. It was too hard. Lu Ming's spear only left a mark on the other party's armor. It did not pierce through at all. Lu Ming felt a violent force coming, causing his body to tremble as he fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! Lu Ming landed on the ground and stomped on it, creating a huge crater and sending gravel everywhere. Die! The barbarian tribe prodigy's foot continued to stomp down, creating a violent airflow. However, Lu Ming exerted force in his legs and flew out of the range of the other party's foot. The other party's foot stomped on the ground, creating a huge crater. It was extremely powerful. Obviously, after the other party turned into a giant, his strength had increased tremendously. Whoosh! At this moment, the middle-aged Peak Divine King behind Lu Ming seized the opportunity to launch a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. His blade was as fast as lightning, slashing towards the back of Lu Ming's head. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. An even stronger aura erupted from his body. The battle secret art had increased his combat power by 5 times. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the Sovereign's Gate shot towards the middle-aged barbarian. At the same time, Lu Ming became one with his spear, and transformed into a dazzling spear light that shot towards the middle-aged barbarian. With Lu Ming's current strength, if triggering 5 times combat power, it would already completely crush ordinary Peak Divine Kings. Bang! After clashing with the Gate of Domination, the young man's body trembled violently, and he was forced to retreat, revealing an opening. How could Lu Ming miss this opening? Spear light flashed and blood splattered everywhere. The middle-aged barbarian's glabella was pierced by the spear light, and his soul was destroyed. He died on the spot. After killing the middle-aged barbarian, Lu Ming executed the Nine Heavens Rock technique, and dodged the attack of the barbarian's genius. Die, you ant! The barbarian's genius roared. This time all the people who came with him were dead. He was extremely furious and he wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Do you think that you're the only one who has the secret body constitution technique? I have it too. Let's see who's stronger. Lu Ming sneered. With a thought, the ancient god's technique burst out. Lu Ming's body grew rapidly, and he became 1,000 meters tall, and he turned into a blue-armored ancient god. Ancient god body, so you've cultivated the ancient god body. Watch my barbarian god body break your ancient god body. The barbarian's genius recognized that Lu Ming cultivated the ancient god body. However, he was not afraid at all. The barbarian god body he cultivated was a secret physique technique that was on the same level as the ancient god body. Moreover, his mastery was extremely high, so he was not afraid of Lu Ming. Boom. The barbarian's battle axe in his hand grew to 1,000 meters long, and he slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also swung his spear, and the barbarian god's spear was as huge as a mountain, and it blasted towards his opponent. Their attacks collided like two stars colliding. The area shook violently, and the ground was blown away by the shock waves that swept out, and the ground was flattened for a few hundred meters. Then, the 2,000-meter-tall giants trembled and retreated a dozen steps, creating a dozen craters in the ground. Kill? Kill. The two of them roared at the same time and they attacked each other fiercely. The barbarian's genius was indeed powerful. The barbarian god body he cultivated was not weaker than Lu Ming's ancient god body, and his defense was shockingly strong. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, turning the entire area into a mess. However, Lu Ming had the support of the battle incantation, which increased his combat power by 5 times. He was ultimately stronger and began to suppress his opponent, forcing him to retreat continuously. Impossible. The barbarian's genius shouted in disbelief. He was definitely one of the top geniuses in the barbarian tribe. In terms of talent, he was definitely one of the top few geniuses. He was only at the 7th level of the King God realm, and he had awakened his origin source divine force 3 times. Not everyone could do that. Moreover, he had cultivated the barbarian god body and other secret techniques to an extremely high level. He had never been defeated in a battle of the same level. However, he was now at a disadvantage against someone who was 2 levels lower than him. He found it hard to believe and accept. Nothing is impossible. I will kill you today, Lu Ming said coldly. 2 vortexes appeared in his eyes as he used the yin-yang god eye. This time it did not appear in the form of a vortex. Instead, it turned into a yin-yang talisman, and it formed a thin talisman thread. It surrounded the barbarian's genius from all directions. Although the talisman thread of the yin-yang god eye looked thin, it was filled with destructive power. Its cutting power was shocking. Sizzle sizzle, the talisman thread of the yin-yang god eye wrapped around the barbarian's genius, making sizzling sounds and sparks. The barbarian's rock armor was cut deep. If this continued, it would be cut open sooner or later. Damn it! The barbarian's genius shouted, and there was a tinge of fear in his eyes. Brat, I will kill you next time. Finally, the barbarian's genius was frightened. He took a step back and wanted to leave. Since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay and accompany your friends, Lu Ming said coldly. He held the Overlord God's spear and attacked. At the same time, he controlled the Overlord God's gate to suppress the barbarian's genius. Boom boom. Lu Ming's attacks landed on the barbarian's genius continuously. However, they did not break through his defense. They only made his body tremble. The barbarian's genius shouted and tried his best to block the attacks. He tried to run away as he tried to escape. Stay here, Lu Ming shouted. Suddenly, a moon and a sun appeared above his head. They were the origin source secret skills that he had awakened from the Sun Divine Force and Moon Divine Force. They were the Moon of Moon and the Sun of Sunday. The Moon of Moon and the Sun of Sun emitted a dazzling light that shrouded the barbarian's genius. When the light shone on the barbarian's genius, black smoke rose from the surface of his body. It was as if he was being burned. Chapter 3385. Origin Source Secret Technique. The barbarian race genius roared in horror, his voice filled with disbelief. In terms of origin secret techniques alone, he was not surprised at all. However, Lu Ming had used 4 origin secret techniques in succession. This made him extremely shocked. It was too terrifying for a single person to control 4 origin source secret techniques. The barbarian race genius lost all his fighting spirit and fled frantically. Now he only had one thought, and that was to escape as far as he could. However, Lu Ming would not let him escape. All kinds of attacks continued to fall. In the end, Lu Ming used the ice chains. 9 ice chains sealed thousands of miles and sealed off all directions, making it extremely difficult for the barbarian race genius to move. Finally, under Lu Ming's maniacal attacks, the rock armor on the barbarian prodigy's body could not take it any longer. Cracks appeared on it. Crack, crack. More and more cracks appeared and some parts of the rock armor began to fall off. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and shook the Overlord God's spear. Spear light burst out and pierced into the areas where the rock armor was falling off. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere and bloody holes appeared. The barbarian race genius let out a scream and his eyes were filled with horror. He had a feeling that he was going to die here today. This terrified him. He was a peerless genius. Among the younger generation of the barbarian race, there were only a handful of people with his talent. He was destined to become a big shot in the barbarian race in the future. This time he came here to obtain an opportunity, not to court death. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. "I'll fight you to the death." In the end he roared and stopped running. Instead he turned around and launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. However, at this moment he was already injured and his combat strength was not as strong as before. He was no longer a threat to Lu Ming. His attacks were easily blocked by Lu Ming. Under Lu Ming's attacks, the rock armor on his body continued to explode. In the end, there was not much defense left on his body and the rock armor almost fell off. Lu Ming waved his spear and left more wounds on his body. "Bastard of the Taishu dynasty, even if you kill me you will still die, ah!" The Berserker race's prodigy let out a final mad roar. His unwilling voice pierced through the clouds and spread out in all directions. "This guy is summoning his comrades. Kill him." Lu Ming bellowed, his divine power gushing out crazily. The gate of domination vibrated and smashed heavily on the other party's head. The other party's head tilted and he almost fell to the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the rune threads formed by the Yin-Yang God Eye broke through the opponent's defense and cut him into a dozen pieces. Then, under the light of the moon and the sun, the barbarian's body turned into ashes. Only his soul rushed out, wanting to escape, but Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, piercing his soul into pieces. This unknown barbarian prodigy had completely fallen. This barbarian prodigy's strength was truly astonishing. Lu Ming had almost used all his strength and all his trump cards to kill this prodigy. Lu Ming had not encountered many people who were 2 levels higher than Lu Ming and had such combat strength. For example, Chu Qingkong, Su Wuya and Yi Jifan were only SOSO. However, before Lu Ming could heave a sigh of relief, his expression changed. Because a few long roars came from afar. These long roars pierced through the clouds like thunder and rolled over. It was obvious that they were top experts. It was obvious that these long roars were in response to the barbarian prodigy just now. There were barbarian experts nearby who heard the barbarian prodigy's roar and rushed over. Lu Ming's expression was a little ugly. It was not difficult to tell from the long roars that those who were rushing over were definitely extremely powerful experts. If a few more came, Lu Ming would be in danger. "Chiu, hurry up!" Lu Ming roared in his heart. Moreover, Lu Ming did not know that divine lords could not enter. If the other party sent a divine lord, he would be finished. No matter how strong his cultivation was, he would probably be killed by a divine lord with one slap. The roars rose and fell. When they did not hear any response, they became even more furious and became more and more violent. The speed of the people was extremely fast. In a few breaths' time, a few rainbow lights appeared in front of them. Then the rainbow lights faded and a few barbarians appeared. These barbarians were all old. Their hair was snow white and their faces were full of wrinkles. However, the aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying. It pressed down on Lu Ming like an avalanche. "Peak divine kings," Lu Ming muttered. His gaze was solemn and he did not dare to be careless. There was a saying in the underworld that one should not underestimate the young and the old. If the young had a high cultivation, they were usually prodigies. Their combat strength could not be measured by their cultivation. As for the old ones, they had cultivated for countless years. All kinds of secret skills and divine skills had been cultivated to an extremely high level. Their combat strength was definitely not weak. The old barbarians scanned the scene. When they saw the corpses of the barbarians, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Especially when they saw the prodigy of the barbarian tribe, the old barbarians were extremely furious. "Manjia, you killed Manjia. Boy, I want you to die with him." An old barbarian roared. His old face was filled with ferocity. Manjia, in terms of talent, was the best in the barbarian tribe. His future was limitless. But now he was dead. It was a great loss. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 3 old barbarians stepped out and appeared in 3 directions. They surrounded Lu Ming. "Boy, I want you to suffer a fate worse than death." In front of them was an old man in a red robe. His eyes were cold and blood-red. His body flashed and a blood-red saber appeared in his hand. He slashed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was still in the state of the blue-armored ancient god. He waved the overbearing god spear and swept it over. Dong. There was a loud roar, stirring up the energy in the air. Lu Ming felt a gush of terrifying energy surging toward him. His body shook violently and he could not help but retreat continuously. His arm felt numb. Divine Power Origin Factor, Third Awakening. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. His eyes were extremely solemn. The old barbarian's Divine Power Origin Factor had actually awakened 3 times. He was a peak Divine King and his Divine Power Origin Factor had awakened 3 times. This was terrifying. He was 4 levels higher than Lu Ming. His combat strength would be extremely shocking. Boom, boom. On the side, the other 2 old barbarians also attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming shouted and tried his best to resist. He exchanged a few blows with the 2 old barbarians. After a few blows, Lu Ming's body retreated once again. His chest was swept by one of the old barbarians' saber radiance. The hard blue scales broke and blood flowed out continuously. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. The other 2 old barbarians had actually awakened 3 times their Divine Power Origin Factors. Chapter 3386. The 3 barbarian tribe elders were all at the peak Divine King realm. Moreover, they were all existences who had awakened 3 times. They already had the qualifications to break through to the Divine Lord realm. They were absolutely terrifying. In fact, the barbarian tribe had sent out many such elders who already had the qualifications to break through to the Divine Lord realm. They were only a step away from the Divine Lord realm. However, they were too old and their vitality was depleted. They didn't have enough potential and it was difficult for them to break through. However, it was undeniable that their strength was extremely terrifying. They were almost at the peak of the Divine King realm. Unless one was a top genius, it would be difficult to fight against them. They were 4 levels higher than Lu Ming and their Divine Origin Force Factor had awakened thrice. Their combat strength was definitely above that of the barbarian tribe's genius. Even if Lu Ming gave it his all, it would be difficult for him to deal with one of them, let alone 3 of them. Lu Ming was in danger. Kill, kill, kill. With 3 consecutive roars, the 3 barbarian tribe elders attacked at the same time. 2 rays of saber gleams and a palm print blasted toward Lu Ming. Although they were not secret skills of the origin, they were still terrifying secret skills. They had been cultivated to the peak and their power was not much weaker than that of the origin. Ice chains Yin Yang Ai Gate of Domination. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, Lu Ming used all his strength to increase his combat strength to the maximum. He used all kinds of secret techniques at once. Fortunately, he had the quantifying character formula and didn't need to worry about divine power. Otherwise, the divine power in his body would definitely be sucked dry. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's various secret techniques were pushed to the maximum to resist the attacks of the 3 barbarian tribe elders. The Gate of Domination blocked a blade light. The Moon of Moon and Sun of Sun blasted towards another blade light. Lu Ming held the Tyrant God Spear and clashed with the 3rd barbarian tribe elder 7 or 8 times. However, the 3 elders were too strong. The Gate of Domination shook and a crack appeared on it. It was directly sent flying. As for the lunar moon and the lunar sun, the multicolored light of the lunar sun was split apart by the saber and also sent flying. Lu Ming himself was sent flying for thousands of miles by the powerful palm energy. The blood in his body was in turmoil and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was no match for him. He was at a disadvantage. However, the 3 old berserkers were also incredibly shocked. 4 origin source secret techniques? This kid actually knows 4 origin source secret techniques. No wonder he could kill Manjia. This kind of person can't be left alive. Kill. The 3 old men once again charged towards Lu Ming, unleashing terrifying attacks. Lu Ming could only resist with all his might. However, he was no match for him and did not have much strength to fight back. Buff, buff. After exchanging a few blows, Lu Ming's body was swept by 2 saber lights. His blue scales fluttered and his body was almost split open. But before Lu Ming could react, another saber light slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly retreated and used the Lord's door to block. Clang. The Sovereign's gate shook violently, and more cracks appeared on its surface. Then, with a boom, it exploded. With his source secret technique broken, Lu Ming suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. "This is troublesome," Lu Ming muttered. Could it be that he had to take out the purple copper coffin again? That was a way to perish together with his opponent. Lu Ming would not use it unless he had no other choice. Before Lu Ming could think further, the three old men attacked Lu Ming again. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one go. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from a direction. Huge lightning bolts that were thicker than a person's waist rushed towards them. They were mainly aimed at the three old berserkers. Qiuqiu. Lu Ming was delighted. This attack was obviously from Qiuqiu. It seemed that Qiuqiu had finally woken up at this critical moment. The three old men were shocked. They gave up attacking Lu Ming and blocked the lightning bolts. With a series of explosions, the three old men trembled and couldn't help but retreat as if they had been electrocuted. "I'm coming." Then a tender voice rang out. Qiuqiu turned into a metal ball and rushed over. Two sabers stretched out from his body and slashed towards the three barbarians' faces. Each of the sabers was accompanied by lightning. They were very fast. In an instant, hundreds of sabers had been slashed. The three old men didn't dare to be careless. They blocked the sabers continuously and fought with Qiuqiu. Peak of the 8th layer of the Divine King realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiuqiu's cultivation had indeed evolved and reached the peak of the 8th layer of the Divine King realm. His strength had improved even more. He was able to fight the three old berserkers who had awakened 3 times by himself. Kill? Lu Ming attacked. All kinds of secret techniques were thrown at one of the old berserkers like a storm. With Lu Ming's help, the three old men were finally at a disadvantage and were suppressed. Slash. Qiuqiu didn't care about his defense and attacked with all his might. The attacks of the three old berserkers didn't cause any harm to Qiuqiu. In this way, Qiuqiu's strength became stronger. Each of his sabers was accompanied by lightning. The lightning also had a paralyzing effect. After clashing with Qiuqiu, the three old berserkers felt a little numb and their speed slowed down. Yin-Yang God Eye. Lu Ming activated his Yin-Yang God Eye with all his might. It turned into rune threads and wrapped around one of the old berserkers. The old berserker roared and resisted with all his might. He was a peak divine king and had awakened his divine power 3 times. His divine power had become too strong. It was filled with an ancient aura and was invincible. Divine power surged and bombarded the Yin and Yang talisman threads. The Yin and Yang talisman threads were blocked by the dense divine power and couldn't get close to him. Lu Ming immediately controlled the sun of the sun and moon of the moon of the moon to attack the old man. The destructive light made the old man's divine power tremble. At this moment, Qiuqiu slashed and broke the old man's divine power. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and the yin-yang rune threads seeped in and wrapped around the old man's body. The old berserker was too old and had lost blood. Although his divine power was strong, his divine body couldn't take it anymore. He didn't have much defensive power and was cut into 2 by the yin-yang rune threads. He let out a furious roar and his upper body retreated rapidly in an attempt to escape. "Don't even think about leaving," Lu Ming shouted and circulated his immemorial dragon power. A bugle horn that looked like a dragon horn appeared. This was Lu Ming's 5th origin secret technique. It was formed by the immemorial dragon power and was hollow. It looked like a bugle horn and a scimitar. This secret technique was called the immemorial divine dragon bugle horn. Lu Ming didn't know what it was used for, so he rarely used it. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ming used it. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ming used the immemorial divine dragon bugle horn as a scimitar. With a thought, the immemorial divine dragon bugle horn turned into a ray of light and slashed at the old berserker. The immemorial divine dragon bugle horn was like an invincible divine blade. With a slash, the old berserker's head was split into 2 and his body and soul were destroyed. Chapter 3387. Not bad. Lu Ming smiled. Of course, this was only effective because the barbarian elder was severely injured. Otherwise, how could the primordial mystical dragon horn kill him so easily? After killing 1 barbarian elder, the remaining 2 barbarians were no match for Qiuqiu and retreated frantically. As for Lu Ming, he charged forward again. Retreat. Although the 2 barbarian elders were indignant, they knew that they could no longer kill Lu Ming. If they stayed any longer, they would probably die as well. Hence, they wanted to retreat. The 2 of them threw out a few blows with all their might before retreating rapidly. Given the strength of the 2 barbarian elders, even Qiuqiu would not be able to stop them if they were bent on escaping. They could only watch helplessly as the other party fled. After all, without an overwhelming advantage in strength and with the other party bent on escaping, it was difficult to make them stay. Qiuqiu wanted to give chase, but Lu Ming hurriedly called out to Qiuqiu. Moreover, there was no telling how many experts of the barbarian race had come. If he gave chase and ended up being entangled by even more experts, even Qiuqiu would be in danger if even stronger experts came. The best plan was to leave this place as soon as possible. Lu Ming took the storage rings of the barbarians without hesitation and left with Qiuqiu. Along the way, Qiuqiu told him that the broken sword that it had swallowed earlier had not been completely digested and there was still a lot left. However, when it saw that Lu Ming was in danger, it helped Lu Ming as soon as it broke through and interrupted the evolution. If it could digest the remaining broken sword, Qiuqiu's strength would improve even further. Continue digesting then and break through as soon as possible. I'll be careful from now on, Lu Ming said to Qiuqiu. As long as he was careful, he could still protect himself if he fled the moment he discovered the barbarians. Qiuqiu nodded and turned back into a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist to continue digesting the broken sword. Lu Ming looked in front of him. The door in that direction had become even more blurry and was faintly discernible. What on earth is there? Lu Ming muttered. He was still curious. He retracted his aura and continued flying toward the gate. However, Lu Ming did not soar into the sky. Instead, he flew along the ground to avoid being discovered by the barbarians. In the next few days, Lu Ming did run into some barbarians. However, Lu Ming discovered them in advance and avoided them. The barbarians didn't discover him. Several days later, Lu Ming arrived at the foot of a mountain range. Up ahead, there were endless mountain ranges and peaks that towered into the clouds. It was unknown just how many there were. As for the door, it seemed to be in the depths of the mountain range. At the bottom of the mountain range there was a stone staircase that led upwards. The staircase was enormous, as if it were the staircase of a giant. Furthermore, it looked extremely ancient and was filled with the aura of time. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He then walked up the stairs and went all the way up. After a few thousand steps they reached the end of the flight of stairs. A flat ground appeared, and in front of the flat ground was a huge cliff. On the cliff there were some strange carvings. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could still feel a strange aura. Under this aura, he felt as if he was sitting cross-legged under the primordial statue, comprehending the divine power of origin. However, the aura here gave him a feeling that it was purer than the primordial statue, and the effect was better. Lu Ming's heart palpitated. This cliff was extraordinary. It was definitely an opportunity. Lu Ming no longer hesitated and strode forward. However, just as he took a step forward, Guillemot hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, don't go forward." Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Ming had already taken a step forward. But when Lu Ming took a step forward, the entire flat ground suddenly emitted a bright light, and endless runes appeared. The endless runes condensed into a huge battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. Without time to think, the divine power in his body erupted. The tyrant god's spear condensed and blocked in front of him. Boom! The huge sword slashed on the tyrant god's spear. The tyrant god's spear shook violently and cracks appeared on it. A terrifying force was transmitted into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming's arms shook violently and cracking sounds could be heard. His bones were broken. This force caused Lu Ming's body to explosively retreat, and he landed on a flight of stairs. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by the attack just now. What a terrifying array. Lu Ming's face turned solemn. Just now it was fortunate that Guillemot had reminded him. He subconsciously circulated his divine power, and was able to accumulate enough power to block the attack. Otherwise he might have been killed by the sword. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His injuries were not serious. With his terrifying recovery ability he quickly recovered. Lu Ming stepped forward again and came to the side of the flat ground. This time he did not dare to step in. At this time, the runes on the flat ground disappeared again, and he could not see the slightest clue. This array is very mysterious and it has been set up for a long time. There are no fluctuations at all. Even I could not see it before. Guillemot said. Guillemot, is there any way to break it? Lu Ming asked. The cliff in front was very mysterious. Lu Ming felt that it would be of great use to him and he did not want to miss it. Let me take a closer look, Guillemot said. After saying that, he flew out from Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Light flickered in his two eye sockets as he stared at the flat ground. Just like that, he spent an entire day looking at it. I can see it. Guillemot's voice sounded. Is it possible to break it? Lu Ming quickly asked. Yes, but I need something from you, Guillemot said. Something from me? What is it? Lu Ming was surprised. Your blood. Guamo said. My blood? Is it useful to break the array? Lu Ming was even more curious. That's right. If I'm not wrong, this place is related to the primordial divine spirit. I'm referring to the entire world that you came from. It's filled with the aura of ancient desolation. It's very similar to the legendary place where the primordial divine spirit was born. The cliff in front of you and this array are also related to the primordial divine spirit. You have the heart of an ancient god, and the ancient god is also a member of the primordial divine spirit. With your blood, not only can you break this array but you can also control it and enter it freely. Guemo explained. The place where the primordial divine spirit was born? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. Guemo did not explain further and said, I'll teach you the method to break the array. Remember it. Then Guemo told Lu Ming the detailed method to break the array. After Lu Ming memorized it, he carefully analyzed it to avoid missing anything. This was not a joke. This array was extraordinary. If he missed something, it would be related to his life. After repeating it a few times in his heart to make sure that it was foolproof, Lu Ming began to act. Circulating his divine force, he made a small cut on his fingertip, and a wisp of blood flew out. Then Lu Ming waved his finger. The wisp of blood turned into a mysterious rune in Lu Ming's hand and flew to a corner of the flat ground. Chapter 3388. Under the Bone Devil's guidance, Lu Ming used his own blood to condense a rune that flew to a corner of the flat ground. When the rune landed, that corner burst out with a dazzling radiance as runes appeared. These runes were originally purple, but they were quickly infected by the runes condensed by Lu Ming and turned blood red. After flickering a few times, those runes disappeared without a trace. It's really effective. Lu Ming was delighted. He had a feeling that the runes in that corner of the flat ground were already under his control. Next, Lu Ming forced out even more blood. Blood constantly flew out and turned into blood-red runes. They flew to various parts of the flat ground. Just like the first time, every time Lu Ming's runes landed on the flat ground, more runes would appear. However, they would be infected by Lu Ming's runes and turn blood red before disappearing under Lu Ming's control. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. A moment later, Lu Ming had condensed a total of 999 runes. Finally, he had completely covered the flat ground. All the runes were under his control. If it was an ordinary person who had lost so much blood, they would have already bled to death. However, Lu Ming had the ancient god's heart. The ancient god's heart was constantly producing blood. Lu Ming's blood was abundant to the extreme, so there was no problem at all. Rise! Lu Ming shouted. He raised one hand and the flat ground trembled slightly. Then a huge battle sword was condensed and floated in the air. Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped onto the flat ground. This time it was different from the first time. The battle sword didn't move and didn't attack Lu Ming. Haha, it really is under my control. It's not bad to stay here and cultivate. Lu Ming smiled. With a thought, the array in the air dissipated. The runes on the ground disappeared as well. One could not tell that there was anything strange about it. Lu Ming didn't stop. He went to the bottom of the cliff and looked at it carefully. On the cliff, there were several engravings that emitted mysterious fluctuations. They were ancient and mysterious, as if they were the source of everything. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to carefully comprehend. As soon as he comprehended it, the feeling became even stronger. It was as if it was the source of all divine powers. Lu Ming could easily comprehend any type of divine power and obtain great benefits. Amazing, amazing. Lu Ming sighed. Then he closed his eyes and began to meditate. The first thing he comprehended was the sun god power. Lu Ming had already awakened the sun divine power 3 times. However, he had not awakened the sun divine power 3 times. He was only at the peak of 2 awakenings. He was still a hair away from 3 awakenings. After only 3 days of cultivation, Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened. With a flash of inspiration, his body was filled with a powerful and ancient aura. At the same time, a sun appeared above Lu Ming's head, shining brilliantly. Sun God power, the source of divine power, 3rd awakening. Lu Ming didn't expect that he would break through in just 3 days. The effect of this cliff is many times better than my primordial god statue. It's really amazing. Lu Ming exclaimed. That's not right. Why do the engravings on the cliff feel a little shallower? Suddenly Lu Ming was stunned. He felt that the engravings on the cliff were a little shallower than before. Although it was only a little, Lu Ming's spiritual perception was so sharp that he could feel any subtle difference. He couldn't be wrong. You're right. The engravings on the cliff have indeed become a little shallower. Guillemot added. Could it be related to my cultivation? Lu Ming guessed. That's right. As you comprehend, the engravings will become shallower. When the engravings completely disappear, the cliff will be useless to you. Guillemot said. It's no longer useful to me? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. If I'm not wrong, everyone who comes here to cultivate has a time limit. After you finish cultivating the engravings on the cliff, others might still be able to see the engravings. Everyone sees different things. Guillemot said. Of course he was just speculating. However, Guillemot was experienced and knowledgeable. His speculations were generally similar. I see. Then I will have to speed up my cultivation. Lu Ming said. After saying that, Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The carvings on the cliff were related to the primordial divine spirit, so they were of great use in comprehending the divine power of origin or secret techniques of origin. For other things they were not of much use. For example, comprehending other divine skills was not of much use. After the third awakening of the sun god power, Lu Ming switched to comprehending the immemorial dragon force. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had made great progress every day. It could be said that he was advancing at a tremendous pace. On this day when Lu Ming was cultivating in peace, a group of figures came to the stairs. These figures were all from the barbarian tribe. There were more than 50 of them. There were young, middle-aged, and old barbarians. However, these people seemed to be led by a young man. They surrounded him in the middle. This young man was called Manku. He was known as the strongest god king of the barbarian tribe. He was a peerless genius who was even more outstanding than Manjia. As soon as they reached the top of the stairs they saw Lu Ming. This kid is the ant from the Taishu dynasty. One of the old barbarian tribe members shouted. This old barbarian tribe member was one of the 3 old barbarian tribe members who besieged Lu Ming some time ago. In that battle, Lu Ming cooperated with Qiuqiu to kill an old barbarian tribe member. The other 2 old barbarian tribe members escaped. Now, the 2 old barbarian tribe members who escaped back then were here. They recognized Lu Ming as soon as they saw him. Ant from the Taishu dynasty. Very good. I didn't expect to meet you here. Manku's eyes were cold and murderous. But then his eyes flashed. He discovered something extraordinary about the cliff. This is... He looked at the cliff carefully. The more he looked at it, the more extraordinary it seemed. The blood in his body was restless. This cliff is related to the primordial divine spirit. It can help people cultivate and comprehend the origin divine power factor and origin secret arts. An old barbarian tribe member exclaimed. His eyes were burning with passion. The other barbarians also stared at the cliff with burning eyes. Haha, this is a great opportunity. Cultivating under the cliff will definitely improve rapidly. We can also kill the ant from the Taishu dynasty. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Manku laughed. The arrival of the barbarians naturally alarmed Lu Ming. Lu Ming stopped cultivating and looked at the barbarians. There are so many of them. Seeing more than 50 barbarians, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was not afraid. Instead, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was thinking about how to use the array on the flat ground to kill all the barbarians. Kid, let's see how you die this time. An old barbarian tribe member shouted in a cold voice. So it's you, old man. What's wrong? You ran away last time and luckily escaped with your life. Now you're here to die. This time I won't let you escape. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Chapter 3389. You won't let me escape? Brat, if you weren't relying on that metallic life form, I could have killed you with 1 slap. The old barbarian shouted. A loser like you can only flaunt your mouth. Lu Ming said casually. Then he swept his gaze across the other barbarians and said, You guys are here for the carvings on the cliff, right? Let me tell you, these carvings can help you comprehend the divine origin force factor and the secret arts of the origin force. I have only comprehended them for a dozen days and my divine origin force has gone from the 2nd awakening to the 3rd awakening. After Lu Ming finished speaking, a sun appeared in his palm. A rich and ancient aura spread out. This was the divine power of the sun. The 3rd awakening of the divine origin force factor is real. This brat has mastered several kinds of divine powers. When we fought with him some time ago, his divine power was only at the 2nd awakening. Now it has really reached the 3rd awakening. An elderly barbarian who had fought with Lu Ming previously yelled. He was very shocked, but his eyes were burning. What? From the 2nd awakening to the 3rd awakening in a dozen days? This ability? Hearing the old barbarian's words, the other barbarian's eyes were burning. Especially Manku, The light in his eyes was so bright that it could reach as far as 10 meters. He had invincible confidence and firmly believed that his talent was much higher than Lu Ming's. If Lu Ming could make such great progress in a dozen days, then he would definitely gain more from comprehending the carvings. It would allow his strength to reach a higher level. But don't even think about getting it. I will destroy it. Ah! Lu Ming laughed crazily. Then he turned around and rushed towards the cliff. He punched out as if he wanted to destroy the cliff. Of course, all of this was an act by Lu Ming. At first, he talked about the benefits of the cliff and then crazily wanted to destroy the cliff. He pretended that he was forced into a desperate situation and wanted to destroy the cliff so that the barbarians would not be able to get it. In this way, the barbarians would believe him. Sure enough, seeing Lu Ming rushing towards the cliff, the barbarians were shocked. This brat wants to destroy the cliff. Even if he dies, he won't let us get it. He purposely revealed the use of the cliff to piss us off. Damn it, stop him. The barbarians roared. Attack, attack together, kill without mercy. Man Ku roared and dashed out, pouncing toward Lu Ming. The other berserkers did the same. The moment Lu Ming moved, they moved as well. They turned into dozens of rays of light and charged towards Lu Ming. More than 50 barbarians rushed towards Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the flat ground. Success. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He purposely pretended to destroy the cliff in order to attract all the barbarians into the range of the formation. If he didn't do so, the other party might only send out a small group of people to kill him. In that case, even if he controlled the formation, he would only be able to kill a small group of barbarians, and the rest would still be scared away. This was not what he wanted. What he wanted was to kill all the barbarians in one fell swoop. Sure enough, these barbarians had all rushed into the range of the formation. This was within Lu Ming's expectations. Rise. Lu Ming's dashing figure stopped abruptly. With a thought, densely packed runes suddenly appeared in all directions on the flat ground. Endless runes filled the air and intertwined to form a large formation. A giant sword condensed above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming grabbed it in his hand and slashed out with the sword. A vast sword chi slashed out violently. A few barbarians bore the brunt of the sword chi and were cut into pieces before they could even scream. Then, the destructive sword chi rampaged through their broken bodies, tearing their bodies apart and obliterating their souls. After killing a few barbarians, Lu Ming did not stop. He waved the giant sword and slashed out again. Puff puff, blood splattered in all directions. A few more barbarians were killed. All of this happened in an instant. More than 10 barbarians had already died in Lu Ming's hands. It's a formation. Damn it, it's a formation. Why is there a formation here? This kid is controlling the formation. Retreat. The barbarians were frightened and shouted. They wanted to retreat and get out of the range of the formation. They knew that they had been tricked. Lu Ming had no intention of destroying the cliff. He had done so to lure them into the range of the formation. From the beginning, they had been led by the nose by Lu Ming. You want to retreat? It's too late. Lu Ming pressed down with one hand. The runes on the flat ground flourished and condensed into even more tiny sword chi, killing everything in its path. Some of the weaker barbarians had their bodies pierced through like a hornet's nest and died a violent death. Out of more than 50 barbarians, only a dozen of the stronger barbarians were left. They blocked the tiny sword chi and resisted with all their might. Old man, didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Lu Ming held a huge sword in his hand and fixed his eyes on an old barbarian. He charged toward the old barbarian. This old barbarian was the one who shouted the most fiercely. What's the point of relying on the formation? If you have the ability, remove the formation and fight. The old barbarian roared. You have so many people besieging me and you still have the cheek to say that. You're really shameless. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming sneered and slashed down with his giant sword. The old barbarian roared. He used all his strength and erupted with all his potential to block the attack. He clashed with the giant sword. However, the old barbarian screamed miserably. He could not block the attack at all. Half of his body exploded. He was seriously injured and was half dead. Save me. The old barbarian roared in horror. However, no one cared about him. The others could not even protect themselves and were desperately attacking the formation. Who would save him? They all hoped that he could block Lu Ming for a while longer so that they could buy more time. No one will save you. Go on your way. Lu Ming said coldly and slashed with his sword. No, the old barbarian roared in despair. Then he was drowned by the giant sword and turned into ashes. After killing the old barbarian, Lu Ming did not stop and charged toward the other barbarians. At this moment, Lu Ming's strength had reached an astonishing level under the support of the formation. Even the old barbarian was killed by him in 2 moves. Puff puff, Lu Ming crushed his way through and killed a few more barbarian experts. There were less than 10 barbarians left. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a few breaths. Let's fight him together and retreat at the same time. Otherwise we'll all die. Man Ku roared. You talk too much. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming said coldly and charged toward Man Ku with his sword. He naturally did not know that Man Ku was the strongest divine king of the barbarian race. However, when he realized that Man Ku was about to break out of the formation, Lu Ming was shocked. He charged toward Man Ku without hesitation. Man Ku was frightened when he saw Lu Ming charging toward him. He roared, "Barbarian God body, barbarian sword." Man Ku roared and his body expanded rapidly to 1,000 meters tall. Chapter 3390. Man Ku roared as he turned into a 1,000-meter tall giant. This was the barbarian god body. Lu Ming had seen Man Jie use it before. However, Man Ku's barbarian god body was slightly different from Man Jie's. Man Ku's body was still covered with a layer of rock armor. However, this rock armor was crystal clear and had a luster flowing on it. It seemed to be of a higher grade. At the same time, he held a giant bronze sword that was a few hundred meters long. This was his ultimate secret technique. Man Ku roared as he slashed down with the giant bronze sword. Wherever the sword passed, the tiny sword chi would explode. Dong. Man Ku's giant bronze sword clashed with the giant sword formed by Lu Ming's array. A terrifying sound rang out as countless sword chi shot out in all directions. Then Man Ku's body shook violently as he retreated. The tiny sword chi seized the opportunity to pierce Man Ku's body. However, the sound of metal clashing could be heard as sparks flew in all directions. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was shocked. Once they exchanged blows, he realized that Man Ku's strength was shocking. His cultivation had already reached the peak Divine King realm. Moreover, his divine origin force factor had already awakened 4 times. Moreover, he had mastered the ultimate secret technique. His combat strength was heaven-defying. Those old barbarian tribe members were far inferior to him. If Lu Ming did not rely on the array, he would definitely not be Man Ku's opponent. The difference was too great. I must get rid of him, Lu Ming said in his heart. He then gathered all the power of the array and waved his giant sword, launching a barrage of attacks at Man Ku. Clang, clang, clang. Man Ku roared as he waved his giant bronze sword and fought with Lu Ming. After every strike, Man Ku retreated as his body trembled. After a dozen strikes, cracks appeared on his bronze sword and it looked like it would explode at any time. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Obviously, he was severely injured from the continuous attacks. As Lu Ming controlled all the power of the array to deal with Man Ku, he did not have much power to deal with the other barbarians. At this moment, the other barbarians had already rushed out of the array's range. Man Ku, come out. We'll help you. The barbarians who had rushed out roared. All of them worked together and blasted a move into the formation, opening up a path behind Man Ku. Don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming bellowed coldly as he controlled the array with all his might. Countless runes glowed and were extremely dazzling. Countless tiny sword auras gathered in the huge sword in Lu Ming's hands, causing the huge sword in Lu Ming's hands to become even larger. Whoosh! The huge sword slashed down towards Man Ku, wanting to cut him into 2. Man Ku roared as he brandished his bronze greatsword to defend himself. Clang! The 2 of them collided once more. But this time, Man Ku's battle sword began to vibrate crazily. More and more cracks appeared on its surface, covering the entire sword. Then, with a bang, it exploded, sending fragments flying everywhere. Man Ku coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his injuries worsened. With the help of Lu Ming's strength, he retreated rapidly. He then turned around abruptly and dashed toward the passageway opened by the other barbarians. He wanted to escape from the range of the array. Kill? Lu Ming shouted. How could he let Man Ku escape so easily? He waved his hand and the huge sword in his hand flew out. It was like a rainbow as it stabbed towards Man Ku. Its speed was too fast and it instantly caught up to Man Ku and stabbed into his back. With a clang, the huge sword seemed to have stabbed into steel. Man Ku's stone armor directly shattered, and a large hole appeared in his body. Blood, flesh and bones flew everywhere. Man Ku staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, he roared and forcefully endured it. He continued to rush forward and finally rushed into the passageway. His figure flashed as he rushed out of the range of the grand formation and landed on a flight of stairs. The moment he landed on the stairs, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his aura weakened. Man Ku, The remaining barbarians were shocked. Man Ku's talent was too strong and nothing must happen to him. Otherwise, it would be a great loss to the barbarian race. I'm fine. Protect me. Man Ku coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body shrunk to its normal size. He then took out a divine healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth and started to refine it. The other barbarians surrounded Man Ku. It's a pity that we still couldn't kill him. Lu Ming sighed. At the same time he was shocked. Man Ku's strength was really shocking. He was definitely stronger than Man Jie in a battle of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak divine king realm, and his divine origin force had awakened for the fourth time. In addition to his origin secret technique, barbarian god body, and other divine skills and secret techniques, his combat strength was incomparably terrifying. He had actually forced his way out of the formation and escaped with his life. With Lu Ming's current strength, there was still a huge gap between him and Man Ku. Now that Man Ku had escaped from the array's range, Lu Ming could not kill him. Brat, come out and fight me if you dare. A barbarian glared at Lu Ming and roared. Come in and fight me if you dare. Lu Ming said flatly. Humph, if you don't want to come out, then we'll guard here and make sure you never come out. A barbarian said viciously. If you want to guard me, then so be it. I'm going to cultivate. Lu Ming smiled and then went to the cliff. He sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend quietly. He could not be bothered with the barbarians. The barbarians were so angry that their faces turned green. They wished they could cut Lu Ming into pieces. However, they did not dare to charge into the array and fight with Lu Ming. They had escaped from the array's range with great difficulty, and they definitely would not step into the array's range again. Man Ku's injuries were very serious. Even with his physique, it took him a month to recover. After he recovered, he stared coldly at Lu Ming. His murderous intent was extremely strong. Especially when he saw Lu Ming cultivating under the cliff, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Unfortunately, he was on flat ground. Even if he stared at the cliff, it did not have much effect. It seemed that he had to climb to flat ground to comprehend. Can you guys break this formation? Man Ku asked the other barbarians. We've been looking at it carefully for the past month, but this array is very ancient. The way it was set up is strange and mysterious. We can't break it. An old barbarian shook his head and said, Can't break it? Then send a message to gather the others. Let's see if we can break it. Man Ku said. He was unwilling to leave just like that. Firstly, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Secondly, he wanted to get the cliff. Then, a barbarian took out a communication jade talisman and started to send messages. You can send messages? At this moment, Lu Ming finished his cultivation. He stood on flat ground and looked down at Man Ku and the others. So what? Boy, if you can send a message, ask your friends to come and save you. Man Ku sneered. Chapter 3391. Lu Ming ignored Man Ku and frowned. The barbarian tribe could send voice transmissions, but why did it not work on Blue Merchant? Could it be that Blue Merchant and the rest were too far away from him? Or was it blocked by something? Lu Ming thought of many things. Kid, don't think that you can be foolproof just because you have an array. When the array masters of the barbarian tribe arrive, I'll see how you die. Man Ku sneered and his killing intent was ferocious. Then I'll wait. Lu Ming ignored Man Ku and went to the bottom of the cliff to comprehend. Now he needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. If the array was really broken, he would still have the strength to fight back. A few days later, the barbarian tribe came. Then more barbarian tribe members came every day. A month later, there were hundreds of barbarian tribe members. However, these barbarian tribe members studied carefully and shook their heads in the end. They could not do anything about the array. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming felt more at ease. It seemed that the barbarian tribe could not break the array. Moreover, these barbarian tribe members are all below the Sir God level. I don't see any Sir God. Could it be that no Sir God can come in? Lu Ming could not help guessing. During this period of time, the barbarian tribe members he met were all below the Sir God level. Logically speaking, after Lu Ming killed so many barbarian tribe members, the barbarian tribe would have gone mad and sent a Sir God to kill Lu Ming. Although the array was mysterious, its power was limited. If a Sir God really came, Lu Ming would not be able to withstand it. However, until now there were no Sir Gods from the barbarian tribe. Lu Ming was almost certain that the Sir Gods could not enter. That's strange. Wan Xin is also a Sir God. How did he come in? Could it be that this world is related to the primordial divine spirits and Wan Xin evolved from dozens of different primordial divine spirits' blood essences? Lu Ming could not help but make such a guess when he thought of Wan Xin. Damn it. Outside the formation, Man Ke roared in rage as he glared hatefully at Lu Ming. He wanted nothing more than to charge in and kill Lu Ming, but he didn't dare to. He was extremely anxious. There were so many barbarians, but they could not break this damned array. Didn't you want to break this formation? Come on, I'm waiting. Lu Ming guessed that the other Sir Gods couldn't enter, so he became even more fearless. From time to time he would mock them, which made Man Ke and the others so angry that they saw stars. Brat, if you have the ability, stay in there and never come out for the rest of your life. Man Ke roared. Alright, since I'm here, I'm making rapid progress every day. I'll just treat it as seclusion. Seclusion for millions of years isn't too bad either. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued to cultivate. Creak, Man Ke clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was really angry. Indeed, for people at their level, cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years was not something that could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Ming was making progress every day, while they could only stare at him and drink the northwest wind. Man Ke especially found it hard to accept. He was a peerless genius and was now in his golden age. He was making rapid progress and had unlimited potential. If he were to waste hundreds of thousands of years here, his potential would be exhausted and it would have a great impact on his future achievements. However, he was still unwilling to give up and continued to wait. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. They still hadn't broken the formation and Lu Ming was still cultivating there. Let's go, let's go. Man Ke roared in the end. He couldn't continue to waste time here. He felt that this world was related to the primordial divine spirit and there might be other opportunities. He couldn't wait here. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Lu Ming in the future. Brat, I'll let you live for a while. Just you wait, sooner or later, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Man Ke left behind some harsh words at Lu Ming's back view. Thereafter he led the barbarians and left dejectedly. Finally gone? Lu Ming opened his eyes and muttered. In truth, it was impossible for him to stay here for hundreds of thousands of years. This was because the marks on the cliff were becoming shallower as he comprehended them. Now in his eyes, the marks on the cliff were already very shallow. It wouldn't be long before they disappeared. However, in these 5 years, his improvement was also very shocking. In these 5 years, he had cultivated 3 different kinds of divine powers to the third awakening. In this way, Lu Ming had 7 different kinds of divine powers and his origin divine power factor had awakened 3 times. This speed was already extremely shocking. The reason why the sun divine power could break through in a dozen days was because it had already reached the peak of the second awakening. It was only a step away from breaking through. As for the 3 divine powers that had broken through recently, they were still very far away from the third awakening. Naturally, they wouldn't break through so quickly. To be able to break through in 5 years was already extremely shocking. It had to be known that the third awakening was a necessary condition to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Without the third awakening, it would be very difficult to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Countless people were stuck at the second awakening. After wasting 5 years, they still couldn't break through to the third awakening. To break through 3 divine powers in 5 years, it would be the envy of countless people. Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the 5th layer of the Divine King realm. However, as Lu Ming's origin divine power factor had awakened, his battle strength had also increased. The marks are getting shallower. It won't be long before they disappear. Next, I will comprehend the Undying Sword Force. Lu Ming thought. The Undying Sword Force was also one of the divine powers that had broken through in these 5 years. It had reached the third awakening. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the Undying Sword Force was very deep. He had a feeling that he was about to awaken an origin secret technique. This was a kind of inspiration that couldn't be missed. Lu Ming had to grasp this opportunity and comprehend it in one go. Closing his eyes and continuing to cultivate, Lu Ming placed all his thoughts on the Undying Sword Force. 2 years later. Clang. A sword chime resounded in all directions. A dazzling sword light shot up into the sky, breaking through the clouds and stirring up the wind and clouds. A stone sword floated above Lu Ming's head, emitting shocking sword chi. Origin secret technique, success. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He grabbed the stone sword with his right hand and a name appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Void-shattering sword. This was the name of the stone sword as well as the name of the origin secret technique. Swoosh. Lu Ming waved his hand and the sword slashed out. The void rippled as if it was about to be cut open. What a powerful force. The void-shattering sword lives up to its name. It is similar to the void-shattering sword of the Jin family. However, its power is incomparable to the void-shattering sword of the Jin family. Lu Ming smiled and was very satisfied. This was his sixth origin source secret technique. With a thought, the void-shattering sword disappeared and Lu Ming's aura stabilized. At the same time, he looked at the cliff with a trace of pity and reluctance. The marks on the cliff had completely disappeared. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. As expected, he didn't have that feeling anymore. These marks were very helpful to his cultivation. It was a pity that he couldn't cultivate indefinitely. Otherwise, how much progress would he make after cultivating for tens of thousands of years? Chapter 3392. Then he shook his head and smiled. He was too greedy. He should be satisfied with his improvement in such a short period of time. However, Lu Ming did not leave immediately. He planned to stay here for a while longer. The barbarian tribe had just left. Who knew if they had really left? If they were lying in ambush nearby, he would be in danger. If he waited for a while longer, the barbarian tribe would most likely leave first. In addition, Qiuqiu was still digesting the broken sword that he had swallowed. Lu Ming wanted to wait for Qiuqiu to evolve before leaving. After Qiuqiu evolved again, his cultivation would reach the 9th layer of the King God realm. He was a 9th-tier divine king and was known as a peak divine king. Qiuqiu's combat power far exceeded those of the same level. If he reached the peak divine king level, even if Lu Ming was besieged by the barbarians, he would at least be able to escape even if he was no match for them. Lu Ming entered a state of cultivation to consolidate his gains over the years. Time passed quickly and another 10 years passed. It's about time to leave, Lu Ming muttered. Qiuqiu had finally completed its evolution. Its cultivation had skyrocketed and it had reached the peak of the King God realm. This gave Lu Ming a lot of confidence. Lu Ming took a step forward and left the flat ground. He walked down the stairs. Soon, Lu Ming reached the bottom of the stairs and looked back. Originally, there was a giant door in the mountain range. After all these years, the giant door had disappeared without a trace. A giant door, illusory and illusory, where does it lead to? Lu Ming muttered. He was curious and wandered around the mountain range. He wanted to find another way to ascend the mountain range. Unfortunately, there was no other way except for the stairs. There was a mysterious force that blocked Lu Ming's way. Even if he flew, it would be difficult for him to go deep into the mountain range. Lu Ming could only give up and leave the place. He headed in the opposite direction of the mountain range. However, before Lu Ming could fly far, he was surrounded. Figures flew down from the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. The barbarian tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. These people were naturally from the brute race. There were about 30 of them. Most of them were middle-aged men and some were old barbarians. Brat, you finally come out. Let's see where you can run now. An old barbarian said ferociously. Where is Manku? He's not here? Lu Ming asked calmly. Among the berserkers, the one he feared the most was Manku. Without Manku around, he had Qiuqiu, so the others were no threat. Why would we need Manku to kill you? Manku has already left. We are more than enough to deal with you. A barbarian shouted coldly. Is that so? Lu Ming revealed a cold smile. It seemed that Manku couldn't wait any longer and left with his men. However, he wasn't willing to leave, so he left a few behind to surround Lu Ming. In that case, let's keep these people here. Kill? Lu Ming suddenly shouted and took the lead to attack. He brandished the tyrant god's spear, bursting out a spear light, which stabbed towards the barbarians. However, these barbarians were already prepared. They roared and launched their attacks, blocking Lu Ming's spear light. These barbarians were extremely strong. Almost all of them were at the peak divine king realm. There were 8 old barbarians who had awakened their divine origin power factor for the 3rd time. They knew that Lu Ming wasn't weak and had a metallic life form. Therefore, they left a force strong enough to kill Lu Ming. Brat, there are so many of us. This time you'll definitely die. An old barbarian sneered, his face ferocious. Boom boom boom. 30 barbarians, all of them peak divine king realm. Their aura soared and shook the void, forming a violent pressure. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Then more than 30 attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. With so many experts attacking at the same time, as long as one was at the divine king realm, no matter how strong they would be blasted into pieces. Ball, Lu Ming's heart stirred. Ball quickly wriggled and turned into an armor that covered Lu Ming's body, enveloping Lu Ming within. Then Lu Ming identified a direction and rushed towards it, thrusting his spear out. Huge lightning bolts followed the tyrant god's spear and rushed forward, colliding with the attacks on this side, causing a violent explosion. The attacks on this side were completely blocked. However, the attacks from behind and on both sides weren't blocked. They blasted towards Lu Ming. Ancient god body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His body quickly swelled and displayed the blue-armored ancient god body. Then Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling light. Different divine skills and secret techniques were displayed. Ice shackles, 9-layered golden armor, heavenly demon golden body, all of them were secret techniques related to defense. When these secret techniques were displayed, the attacks all landed on Lu Ming's body. More than 20 attacks were displayed by peak divine kings. Each attack could destroy a planet. It was too terrifying for so many attacks to land on one person. Lu Ming's body shook violently. The defense around his body, such as the ice shackles and 9-layered golden armor, exploded instantly. He staggered and was almost sent flying. In the end, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, he managed to block them in the end. With Qiuqiu's defensive power and his own defensive power, he was able to block so many attacks. Kill. Then Lu Ming launched a counterattack. With a wave of the tyrant god's spear, a long river of spear principles swept towards the opponent. At the same time, various dazzling lights shone on Lu Ming's body. Gate of Domination, Son of the Great Sun, Moon of the Great Moon, Void-Shattering Sword, Horn of the Ancient Divine Dragon. 6 origin secret techniques appeared and blasted towards the barbarians in front of him. At the same time, Ball displayed its might and released more than a dozen huge lightning bolts towards the barbarians in front of him. Ball's lightning was astonishingly fast. Although it was released later, it arrived first and bombarded the barbarians. With Ball's current strength, the power of the lightning bolts was too strong. Ordinary peak divine kings couldn't block them at all. Even if they were scattered into more than a dozen lightning bolts, their power was still astonishing. Those barbarians were struck by the lightning. Their bodies trembled violently and their bodies were completely numb. Then Lu Ming's attack landed. Bam! Bam! 6 barbarians' bodies exploded in succession and they died on the spot. That was not the end of it. Lu Ming dashed past them. The battle suit that Qiuqiu had transformed into wriggled and 7 battle sabers appeared. They flew out at lightning speed and charged toward the 7 barbarian powerhouses who had been numbed by the lightning. Blood spurted out. The heads of the 7 barbarians fell to the ground and they died on the spot. In an instant, Lu Ming and Ball joined forces and killed 13 barbarians. Of course, there weren't any old barbarians who had awakened 3 times. Those weren't easy to kill. They would deal with the easy ones first. Damn it, kill. The remaining barbarians were abnormally shocked and angry. They launched another attack. Chapter 3393. Qiuqiu, I'll leave those old fellows to you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiuqiu. Leave it to me. Qiuqiu replied. He flew out and turned into a huge metal ball. 2 huge battle blades appeared on both sides of his body. Lightning swirled around the blades as he charged towards those old barbarian tribe members. As for Lu Ming, he charged towards those ordinary peak divine kings. Dazzling divine light radiated from Lu Ming's body. 11 types of divine power erupted, causing Lu Ming's body to be filled with a chaotic color. 6 types of origin secret techniques bombarded the barbarian tribe members. Under the continuous bombardment of the origin secret techniques, 2 barbarian tribe members' bodies exploded and they died. During this period of time, although Lu Ming's cultivation did not increase, his battle prowess had become stronger. It became easier for him to kill ordinary peak divine kings. After killing 2 peak divine king barbarian tribe members, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to attack the others. Little bastard, you're courting death, an old barbarian tribe member roared angrily and charged towards Lu Ming. Old fellow, I'm your opponent. Qiuqiu let out a tender voice. His round body wriggled and blades appeared one after another. These blades carried lightning as they danced in the air. One of the blades charged towards the old barbarian tribe member who wanted to kill Lu Ming. The old barbarian tribe member was shocked. He did not dare to be careless as he focused his mind to block the attack. The blades moved unhindered. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Qiuqiu used his own strength to envelop the 8 old barbarian tribe members under his attack. He had the upper hand and suppressed the 8 old barbarian tribe members. They did not have any extra strength to deal with Lu Ming. Without a peak divine king who had undergone 3 awakenings, the other peak divine kings were not Lu Ming's opponent. Lu Ming's divine power was endless. He controlled the 6 types of origin secret techniques and blasted them out continuously. The barbarians could usually block 1 origin secret technique, but they couldn't block 2 origin secret techniques. Under the continuous bombardment of several origin secret techniques, a barbarian could be killed. Not long after, a few more barbarians fell in the hands of Lu Ming. This made the remaining barbarians panic. They gathered together and did not dare to disperse. They gathered together and continuously attacked Lu Ming. Only then were they able to block Lu Ming's attacks. However, in another direction, a change had occurred in the battle between Qiuqiu and the 8 elders. At this moment, Qiuqiu's form was rapidly transforming into a battle sword. This battle sword was very strange. The tip of the sword was very solid, but the hilt was illusory and made of energy. Lu Ming discovered that the tip of the sword was very similar to the broken sword that Qiuqiu had swallowed earlier. After Qiuqiu transformed into a battle sword, the battle sword moved and turned into a sword light that flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, an old barbarian roared and frantically retreated. However, before he could retreat very far, his body stiffened and he stood there without moving. Then, a bloody mark appeared between his eyebrows and blood continuously seeped out. With a spurt, the old barbarian was cut in two and died. The battleship that Qiuqiu had transformed into appeared behind the old barbarian and did not stop at all. With a flash, it attacked the next old barbarian. Fast, too fast. The battleship that Qiuqiu had transformed into was extremely fast. Even Lu Ming found it difficult to capture its trajectory. Ah! The old barbarian was shocked. He used all his strength and swung his battle axe in an attempt to block Qiuqiu's battle sword. But when the battle axe and the sword collided, the battle axe shattered and exploded. The sword didn't stop there. It flashed past, and the old barbarian followed in the footsteps of the previous barbarian. He was also cut in half and died on the spot. In an instant, 2 powerful old barbarians were killed in succession. The other barbarians felt their hair stand on end and their bodies turn cold. Retreat, retreat. The remaining old barbarians roared and flew in different directions. Qiuqiu was too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. If this continued, they would all die. They could only escape. Seeing the old barbarians flee, the ordinary peak divine kings used all their strength to strike Lu Ming back. Then they also exploded with speed and fled for their lives. Slash! Qiuqiu's voice rang out. The battle sword that he had transformed into slashed through the void towards an old barbarian. The dazzling sword light directly cut through the old barbarian's head. The old barbarian let out a roar of despair. Although he resisted with all his strength, the result was already decided. The sword light dodged and killed him. With this delay, the other barbarians had already gone far away. However, Qiuqiu did not intend to let this matter rest. With a flash of sword light, he chased after another old barbarian. After a few breaths, a roar of despair came from that direction. However, the next moment, the roar disappeared. Not long after, the sword light flashed and the battle sword that Qiuqiu had transformed into appeared in front of Lu Ming. Then it wriggled and transformed back into Qiuqiu's appearance. It's a pity that the others have run away, Qiuqiu muttered. Was a pity? It's already very good. Lu Ming smiled. The other party had more than 30 people. In the end, more than half of them would stay here forever. The losses were incomparably heavy. Moreover, they were too few in number. There were only 2 of them. It was unrealistic to want all of them to stay here. This result was already very shocking. Qiuqiu, the battle sword that you have transformed into is very similar to the broken sword from before. Lu Ming asked. Yes, I digested that battle sword and obtained the ability of that battle sword. I can unleash a portion of its power. Qiuqiu said. You actually have this ability? Lu Ming exclaimed. This ability was too heaven-defying. I already have it. It's just that what you gave me to eat in the past was either some scrap metal or some metal materials. Naturally, they don't have any special abilities. Qiuqiu said in disdain. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Indeed, what he had given Qiuqiu in the past were either metal materials or fragments of divine weapons. At most, he would give him some divine weapons. However, these did not have any special abilities. Even those divine weapons were not as powerful as Qiuqiu's own. Lu Ming thought of the lightning on Qiuqiu's body. That appeared after it swallowed a piece of the ancient god world's bronze gate. In the future, I'll try my best to find some wonderful treasures for you to eat. Lu Ming smiled. Then his figure flashed and he put away all the storage rings left behind by the barbarian tribe. After tidying up, Lu Ming left this place. He did not have a target and flew aimlessly. In this place his flying speed was severely hindered. Therefore his speed was not very fast. He flew for more than 10 days before this place finally changed. In front of him, it began to be full of vitality. There was an endless grassland with lush green grass fluttering in the wind. Many desolate beasts were running on the grassland. However, they were not strong and posed no threat to Lu Ming. Chapter 3394. Lu Ming continued to fly along the grassland. About 3 days later. Dong dong dong. At this moment, Lu Ming's ancient god's heart started to beat involuntarily. It was as if something in front of him was attracting his ancient god's heart. What's in front? Lu Ming felt that the blood in his body was flowing faster. He had an inexplicable feeling that there was something in front of him that was beneficial to him. It was attracting him. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming continued to fly forward. After flying for a while, a huge mountain appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. This mountain was extremely majestic. It was at least 100,000 feet tall and pierced through the clouds. The area it occupied was even larger. One couldn't see the end of it. Looking from afar, the entire mountain was shrouded in a layer of light red mist. It gave off a mysterious feeling. Moreover, there was a vast aura that permeated the air. This aura was very similar to the aura of a primordial god. Although it was very far away, Lu Ming felt a little dazed. It was as if a primordial god was sitting in front of him. It was vast, powerful, ancient, and profound. At this moment, Lu Ming's ancient god's heart started to beat even faster. The attraction was even stronger. The source of the attraction was this mountain. This attraction was extremely strong. It was so strong that Lu Ming didn't want to resist. He wanted to enter the mountain as soon as possible. Lu Ming couldn't help but fly forward. After a while, Lu Ming arrived at the foot of the mountain. His body was shrouded in a layer of light red mist. Dong dong dong. At this point, the ancient god's heart started to beat like a drum. Then, it produced a strong attraction force. The light red mist in the surroundings gathered crazily towards Lu Ming and was absorbed by the ancient god's heart. As soon as the light red mist was absorbed by the ancient god's heart, a brilliant radiance appeared on the ancient god's heart. Then a strong and vigorous blood energy spread throughout Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt his entire body go numb. His bones made a slight vibration sound. His divine body was rapidly becoming stronger. What a fast speed! How amazing! Lu Ming was shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim. The faint red mist of this mountain had an excellent effect on the god body. The birthplace of the primordial god spirit. Is this the birthplace of the primordial god spirit? Bone Devil suddenly roared as if he was very shocked. Is this the place where the primitive god spirit was born? Lu Ming was also shocked. That's right. It's definitely not bad. This kind of gas is produced when the primordial god is being nurtured. The reason why the primordial god can be nurtured is because of this kind of gas. Lu Ming, you're rich. Absorbing this kind of gas will be of great help to your ancient god body. It can greatly speed up the cultivation of the ancient god body. Bone yelled. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He never thought that there would be such a place in the world. If it could even nurture a primitive divine spirit, then cultivating a mere ancient divine body would be a piece of cake. One could imagine how good the effects would be. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate using the ancient god tactics. The faint red mist outside was constantly absorbed by Lu Ming. It was sucked into the ancient god heart and then turned into a magical blood chi that integrated into Lu Ming's body. It helped Lu Ming cultivate the ancient god body. He found that cultivating the ancient god body here was dozens of times faster than outside. However, after a few days, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. This was only the edge of the mountain, so the faint red mist wasn't very thick. It was only in the depths of the mountain that the faint red mist was really thick. Lu Ming got up and walked toward the depths of the mountain. As expected, the faint red mist in the depths of the mountain was getting thicker. It was more than 10 times thicker than at the edge. Not long after, Lu Ming found a good place. He sat cross-legged on a fiery red rock and started to cultivate quietly. The faint red mist here was dozens of times thicker than at the edge. Lu Ming cultivated in peace. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating here for a month. The effect of cultivating for a month was comparable to cultivating outside for dozens of years. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he cultivated here for 1,000 years, or at most a few thousand years, his ancient god body would be upgraded to the highest level, the purple-armored ancient god body. A few thousand years was an amazing speed. If he cultivated outside, he wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough without hundreds of thousands of years. The higher the level of the ancient god body, the harder it was to make a breakthrough. It was normal to be stuck for a lifetime. Unless one had a heaven-defying opportunity, one would be able to break through quickly. For example, when Lu Ming was in the dilapidated universe, he had absorbed the mysterious liquid that gave birth to all gods. Only then did his ancient god body transform from a green-armored ancient god to a blue-armored ancient god. Without that opportunity, Lu Ming didn't know how long it would take for him to make a breakthrough. But here, Lu Ming felt that he could make a breakthrough after cultivating for a few thousand years. If other people who cultivated the ancient god body knew about this, they would probably go crazy. A few thousand years was just a blink of an eye for them. Continue? Lu Ming could not bear to leave now. He planned to stay here and cultivate for a period of time. But reality often didn't let him do as he wished. Not far away there was a sound of something breaking through the air. Someone was coming quickly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Could it be the barbarian tribe? But in the next moment Lu Ming was stunned. It wasn't the barbarian tribe but other races. There were a total of 7 people from different races. Some of them were black and their bodies were like iron. There was also a race with long hair like a snake. But there was one thing in common. These people were very young. Judging from their life aura, they belonged to the younger generation. Other than the barbarian tribe, there are other races here. Could they be the natives of this place? Lu Ming pondered. Just as Lu Ming was pondering, the 7 young men had already arrived and surrounded Lu Ming. Kid, who allowed you to cultivate here? One of the young men spoke. His voice was cold as he stared at Lu Ming unkindly. This young man looked similar to an ordinary human. However, his hair was like a small snake that was wriggling continuously. He looked extremely terrifying. Who allowed me to cultivate here? Of course it's me. The other party's words made Lu Ming a little confused. Do you know that this is the territory of the Flying Alliance? Without the permission of the Flying Alliance, no one can cultivate here, let alone absorb the primordial divine qi here. Do you understand? The snake-haired young man said coldly. So this gas is called primordial divine qi? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then asked, your territory? Nonsense. Half of this mountain is the territory of the Flying Alliance. Outsiders are not allowed to cultivate here. Don't pretend that you don't know. The snake-haired young man said. I'm sorry. I really don't know. In that case I'll leave. Lu Ming said. He wanted to leave after finishing his words. You've been cultivating here for so long. You want to leave just like that? You're too naive. The snake-haired young man sneered and stared at Lu Ming unkindly. The other people released their aura and blocked Lu Ming's way of retreat. Chapter 3395. The 7 young men blocked Lu Ming's path of retreat and emitted a cold aura. What is the meaning of this? Lu Ming frowned. What is the meaning of this? The primordial divine qi is not that easy to absorb. It's impossible to absorb it for free. Hand over your storage ring and you can leave. The young man with snake hair said. Lu Ming sneered. This was daylight robbery. You want my storage ring? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming said coldly. He could sense the cultivation of these young men. They were all in the 5th layer of the Divine King realm. The most powerful young man with snake hair was in the 6th layer of the Divine King realm. What was there to be afraid of with such cultivation? If these people were courting death, he would not mind sending them on their way. Ophiuchus, you are so overbearing. Since when did this become the territory of the Flying Alliance? At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard from another direction. Then more figures flashed and arrived. There were more than 10 of them. In an instant they were not far away. They were all young men from different races. Earth Alliance. The young man with snake hair and the others were shocked when they saw these young men. They quickly retreated and gathered together as if they were afraid of them. Lu Kun, this has nothing to do with you. I don't think he is from the Earth Alliance. Ophiuchus said with a dark face. He is indeed not from the Earth Alliance. However, I can't stand the way you bully others. This is the border between the Flying Alliance and the Earth Alliance. It does not belong to the Flying Alliance. It is none of your business that he is absorbing the primordial divine qi here. A green-haired young man from the Earth Alliance said. His name was Lu Kun. Lu Kun, do you have to go against me? Ophiuchus's face darkened. His slender eyes flashed with cold killing intent. If he was not afraid of Lu Kun and that they had more people than him, he would have attacked. So what if I go against you? Lu Kun smiled faintly. Lu Kun, just you wait. I will kill you sooner or later. Let's go. Ophiuchus had an ugly expression on his face. He left behind some harsh words and left with his men. Brother, thank you very much. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Lu Kun. You're welcome. This must be your first time in Windy Mountain. Those people from the Flying Alliance like to bully newcomers like you. Lu Kun smiled in a rather forthright manner. That's right, this is my first time here. Lu Ming nodded and asked, could it be that this entire mountain has been occupied? Yes, the people who came here all cultivated the primordial divine body with the secret body constitution skill. The primordial divine qi here is very useful for cultivating the primordial divine body. Hence, the entire mountain has been occupied by the Earth Alliance and the Flying Alliance. Lu Kun said. These people have all cultivated the primordial divine body? Lu Ming's heart trembled. The so-called primordial divine body was also a type of constitution secret technique. However, it was a constitution related to the primordial divine spirit. For example, Lu Ming's ancient god body was related to the ancient gods. It was a type of primordial god body. For example, Man Ku's barbarian god body was also a type of primordial divine spirit. There were all kinds of primordial divine bodies. To be exact, there were as many types of primordial divine bodies as there were primordial divine spirits. What Lu Ming didn't expect was that Lu Kun and the others had also cultivated the primordial divine body. Could it be that, you're not locals but from the outside? Lu Ming suddenly asked curiously. There were so many supreme talents from different races. It would be strange if they were locals. Of course I'm from the outside. I'm from the primitive universe. Brother, don't you know? Lu Kun looked at Lu Ming curiously. I came here by accident. I really don't know. Brother Lu, can you tell me more about this world? Lu Ming asked. He seized the opportunity to get to the bottom of this. I see. Let's go. We'll talk as we walk. Since we're fated to meet, we're friends. Come to the Earth Alliance for a drink. Lu Kun said. Okay, sorry to disturb you. Lu Ming was eager to know more about this world, so he naturally didn't refuse. The group talked as they walked. Lu Kun told Lu Ming what he knew. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still shocked after hearing it. It turned out that this was a strange world. There were many entrances in the primitive universe. Lu Kun, Ophiuchus, and the others were all supreme talents from different forces and races in the primitive universe. They had all cultivated the primordial divine body, so they came to this world to train. Legend had it that this world was a corner of the primitive universe. It had nurtured primordial divine spirits and there was still primordial divine chi left. It was a supreme sacred ground for those who cultivated the primordial divine body. They're actually from different races in the primitive universe. Lu Ming whispered. He was very curious. Brother Lu, the efficiency of absorbing primordial divine chi like you is too low. It's not worth it. Lu Kun said. Then how do I do it? Lu Ming asked. Condense primordial divine crystals and then absorb and refine them. The speed is much faster. Lu Kun explained. So that's how it is. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Those who come here condense primordial divine crystals and then absorb them. However, Breeze Mountain is just a nameless mountain. It's too slow to condense primordial divine crystals. If you're on a famous mountain, the speed will be extremely shocking. That's the real sacred ground for cultivation. Lu Kun exclaimed with a yearning look. Famous mountain? Lu Ming realized that there were more things that he didn't understand. That's right. There are 13 famous mountains in this world. The famous mountains are the places where primordial divine spirits were born. They are filled with dense primordial divine chi. Apart from the famous mountains, the other mountains are just small mountains. They are all branches of the famous mountains. They only emit a small amount of primordial divine chi, just like this Breeze Mountain. For example, in Little Wind Mountain, each person would need 10 years to condense a single primordial god crystal. But in the famous mountains, each person could condense a single primordial god crystal in a month. The difference is more than 100 times. Lu Kun said. The difference is so huge. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At the same time, a yearning light flashed in his eyes. If he were to cultivate on a famous mountain, how fast would his primordial divine body become a purple-armored primordial divine body soon? As if he could see Lu Ming's thoughts, Lu Kun said, Brother Lu, I advise you to give up on the famous mountains. The most terrifying monsters in this world are gathered in the 13 famous mountains. These famous mountains are occupied by these people. Otherwise, we wouldn't be at Breeze Mountain. It seems that this world is bigger than I thought. It's a place where countless primordial divine bodies are gathered. Lu Ming pondered. After chatting with Lu Kun for a while, Lu Ming learned more information. For example, existences above the Divine Emperor realm were not allowed to enter this world. Those who entered were all below the Divine Emperor realm. Chapter 3396. Lu Ming finally understood why he did not discover any barbarian divine lords. He could not enter even if he were a divine lord. At the same time, there were managers in this world. Their cultivation was unfathomable and they were far from being comparable to those below the divine lord level. However, those managers usually stayed in the famous mountains and would not care about a small mountain like Breeze Mountain. Lu Ming, stop. There are fluctuations of a formation ahead. It might be a trap. At this moment, Gumo's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming was shocked and stopped abruptly. Brother Lu, why did you stop? Lu Kun looked at Lu Ming and asked, "Brother Lu, you guys go ahead. I just remembered that I left something there. I need to get it back." Lu Ming casually found an excuse. "You forgot something? It's okay. I'll send someone to get it for you. Let's keep going. We'll be there soon." Lu Kun smiled. At the same time, the rest of the people moved slightly and unknowingly surrounded Lu Ming, blocking his escape route. "You guys are really up to no good." Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he sneered in his heart. Lu Kun and the others seemed to have saved him, but they were also up to no good. They had set up a formation to lure Lu Ming into it. Seeing that Lu Ming had suddenly stopped moving, they surrounded Lu Ming vaguely. "Brother Lu, what's the meaning of this? My way is blocked." Lu Ming glanced around and said indifferently, "Kid, it seems like you found out." At this moment, the smile on Lu Kun's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold look. "You've finally shown your true colors? You saved me from the Flying Alliance. As expected, you guys are up to no good. Tell me, what's your purpose? Do you also want my storage ring?" Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Kun and the others were not much stronger than Ophiuchus. He had nothing to worry about. "You're wrong. Not only do we want your storage ring, but we also want you." Lu Kun sneered. Want my men?" Lu Ming staggered and almost fell. He looked at Lu Kun and the others with a strange expression. Lu Kun and the others also felt that they had misspoken. Their old faces turned slightly red and then they roared ferociously, "Kid, don't think too much. We want you to condense the primordial divine crystal. In the future you will obediently help us condense the primordial divine crystal, understand? So you want to treat me as a slave?" Lu Ming sneered. "You can put it that way. Brat, let me wear this headband. There are restrictions on it. As long as I will it, this headband will explode and your head will explode." A headband appeared in Lu Kun's hand. With a wave of his hand, the headband flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Kun looked as if he was going to eat Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took the headband. After looking at it for a moment, he said, "The workmanship is pretty good. I'll accept it." After saying that, he put the headband into his storage ring. Lu Kun and the others were dumbfounded. They had asked Lu Ming to wear it, not give it to Lu Ming. "Kid, put on this headband for me. I'm telling you, it's useless to act dumb here. You will die miserably." Lu Kun shouted. "Is that so? Let's see how you're going to kill me." Lu Ming smiled calmly. "Kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." A bulky young man next to Lu Kun shouted. Then he dashed out toward Lu Ming and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This bulky young man had a cultivation of the fifth layer Divine King realm. When he threw a punch, the void exploded and the fist pressure was terrifying. When the fist was about to hit Lu Ming also threw a punch. Boom. Their fists collided fiercely, causing a loud explosion. Then, a figure quickly retreating more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. This figure was none other than the bulky young man. "He's not injured." Lu Ming was surprised to see that he had knocked the bulky young man back with a punch. He had activated the heavenly demon golden body, which was extremely powerful. Even a cultivator who was 2 layers higher than him would be killed by his punch, let alone a cultivator who was at the 5th layer of the Divine King realm. However, the bulky young man had only been knocked back. "Third awakening? Geniuses from different races indeed," Lu Ming muttered. His eyes sparkled. It seemed like there were more geniuses in this world than he had imagined. "Kid, you're strong. Come again." After the powerful young man was pushed back, there was a flash of brutality in his eyes. With a loud roar, he emitted sound waves from his mouth and blasted toward Lu Ming. It was a sound wave secret technique. It was extremely powerful and could kill a person. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming's low voice could be heard. He took a step forward and a huge 9-clawed divine dragon appeared. It shook its head and wagged its tail. With a swipe of its dragon claws, the void vibrated and the other party's sound wave mystic skill was broken. Immemorial Divine Ox Body, Divine Ox Stomp. The bulky young man roared. His body suddenly enlarged and turned into a giant divine ox. The divine ox was a few hundred meters tall and over 1,000 meters long. It was like a small mountain. Its 2 horns were pointed upward like 2 heavenly blades. It was a special physique technique. Like the ancient divine body, it was also a primitive divine body. At the same time, the shadow of a giant ox appeared above the bulky young man's head. It roared and shook the mountains. It was his origin secret technique. Then, the shadow of the giant ox merged with the immemorial divine ox body. It stepped on the air and charged toward Lu Ming. "He's really powerful," Lu Ming exclaimed. The bulky young man looked young, but he had already awakened his divine origin gene for the third time. He had also mastered the origin secret technique and a powerful physique technique. If he were to go to the sacred academy of the Great Void Academy, other than a few people, no one in Lu Ming's group would be able to defeat him. He wondered how strong Lu Kun and the others were. The giant ox stepped on the air and charged toward Lu Ming like a mountain. Its two heavenly blade-like horns stabbed toward Lu Ming. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. He had activated the battle's secret art and quadrupled his combat strength. The divine power in his body surged. He activated the heavenly demon golden body and threw a punch at one of the giant ox's horns. There was a terrible explosion in the air. Shock waves visible to the naked eye rushed in all directions. Then the giant ox's momentum was forcibly stopped. Its huge body shook violently and then kept retreating. Crack. Cracks appeared on the horns of the giant bull, and then it exploded with a bang. The giant ox let out a scream. Its huge body flew out and smashed into a 1,000-meter-tall boulder. "Your strength is not bad, but it's not enough," Lu Ming said lightly. No matter how strong they were in a battle of the same level, it was not enough in his eyes. Lu Kun and the others were stunned. Then cold murderous intent erupted. "Kid, you're strong. But you alone are not enough. Brothers, let's take him down," Lu Kun shouted. A powerful aura spread out. Lu Kun was in the 6th King God realm. The other 7 or 8 people were in the 5th King God realm. Chapter 3397. After witnessing Lu Ming's strength, Lu Kun and the others didn't dare to be careless. 7 or 8 of them attacked at the same time, releasing a violent aura. At the same time, furious roars came from their mouths. Then their bodies began to swell rapidly. Primitive godly bodies were all primitive bodies. Lu Kun and the others all used their primitive godly bodies and turned into different giant beasts or giants. They all looked different. Apparently, they had different types of primitive godly bodies. "Kid, kneel down and put on the headband," Lu Kun shouted. He turned into a flaming giant with a flaming sword in his hand and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, the rest of the people also took action. All kinds of powerful attacks surrounded Lu Ming. "Primitive godly bodies? Do you think only you have them?" Lu Ming sneered and used his ancient godly body. His body swelled up and he turned into a 1,000-meter-tall blue-armored ancient god. He clenched his fist and the hegemon spear appeared. With one strike of the spear, a vast river of spear skills condensed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. Lu Kun and the others' attacks were all blocked by the river of spear principles. Bang! Then Lu Ming took a step forward and the ground shook violently. He started his counterattack. The Overlord God's spear in his right hand trembled as he stabbed out 3 times in a row. 3 spear lights burst out and destroyed the attacks of the 3 young geniuses as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They pierced through their huge bodies. The 3 young geniuses screamed and their bodies were sent flying. Their bodies shrank rapidly and they became normal size. They lay on the ground and couldn't move. At the same time, Lu Ming threw a punch with his left hand and it collided with one of the young geniuses' fists. Crack! The young genius's fists exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The young genius's vomited blood and he was sent flying a few hundred li away. He crashed into a mountain and lay there twitching. He was severely injured and couldn't fight anymore. In a short time, Lu Ming had severely injured the 4 young geniuses. The 4 young geniuses were strong. They were all geniuses of the 5th Divine King realm. However, they weren't any weaker than the previous young geniuses. However, compared to Lu Ming there was still a huge gap. It was a complete suppression. Lu Kun and the others could not help feeling shocked when they saw 4 people being severely injured in an instant. At this time, they knew that they had provoked an extraordinary existence. In this world there were too many geniuses. Although they were all top-notch geniuses, there would always be someone stronger than them. In this world there was no lack of geniuses. It was normal for them to be unlucky and meet someone stronger than them. Now it was too late for them to regret. Roar! Roar! Lu Ming's body glowed as dragon roars resounded through the sky. Then one 9-clawed dragon after another began to condense. 5, 10, 20. In the end, a total of 99 9-clawed dragons appeared. That's right, Lu Ming could now condense 99 9-clawed dragons in one go. With a thought from Lu Ming, the 99 9-clawed dragons charged towards Lu Kun and the others. Block it, Lu Kun and the others shouted. They did not dare to attack anymore. Instead, they used all their means to block and defend. However, the 99 9-clawed divine dragons attacked at the same time. Coupled with Lu Ming's current cultivation level, it was too powerful. It was not something that they could withstand. When the nine-clawed dragon charged past them, except for Lu Kun, the others were all sent flying. Their bodies reverted to their normal size and they vomited blood. Their chi was weak and they could not fight back. Lu Kun was slightly better, but there were also a lot of wounds on his body. They were all caused by the dragon claws. He staggered and barely managed to maintain his balance with the huge flaming sword. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. Lu Ming was only in the 5th layer of the Divine King realm, but his fighting strength was too strong. They could not even withstand a single blow from him. "Kneel down," Lu Ming said coldly. The overbearing god's spear pressed down on Lu Kun like a mountain. Lu Kun shouted. He raised his hands and tried to resist the overbearing god's spear. However, the overbearing god's spear contained Lu Ming's terrifying strength. Even if he was in his peak condition, he would not be able to resist it, not to mention that he was severely injured. Lu Kun's body shook violently. Then he fell to his knees with a thump. He felt extremely humiliated. "I have not offended you, but you want to capture me and make me your slave. Very well. Then from now on you are my slaves," Lu Ming said coldly. Then he took out the headband that Lu Kun had given him and put it on Lu Kun's head. Lu Kun's face turned ashen and he fell to the ground. After being put on the headband, his life was in Lu Ming's hands. From now on he would lose his freedom. He would become Lu Ming's slave. Unless he did not want to live anymore. "Do you have more headbands like this? Give them to me." Lu Ming stared at Lu Kun and said. Only 2 left." Lu Kun's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to disobey. He obediently took out 2 headbands from his storage ring. "Only 2? It's not enough." Lu Ming glanced at the others. Don't give me headbands. I'm willing to join you." One of the young men shouted. "I'm also willing to join you and become the 3rd force in Breeze Mountain. I'll compete with the other 2 forces for the primordial divine chi." Another young man also shouted. Then the remaining young men also shouted and expressed their willingness to join Lu Ming. For them, it did not matter who they joined as long as they could cultivate in Breeze Mountain. They came from different clans and had no relationship with each other. Usually they just cooperated with each other. "Join me? That's good too." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he nodded in agreement. In Breeze Mountain, it would take 10 years for a person to condense a piece of primordial divine crystal. It would be too slow for him to do it alone. If he had a group of people to help him condense it, it would be great. "How do you distribute the primordial divine crystals that you usually condense?" Lu Ming asked. In the Earth Alliance, the leader is obviously the leader. For every 10 primordial divine crystals that ordinary members condense, 7 of them must be handed over to the leader. For example, for every 10 primordial divine crystals, I have to hand over 6 and keep 4 for myself. Lu Kun answered. What a great exploitation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Every 10 years they could only condense 1 primordial divine crystal. For every 10 primordial divine crystals, ordinary members had to hand over 7 and keep 3 for themselves. However, the leader could easily get 7. For example, Lu Kun had to hand over 6 and keep 4 for himself. Then the alliance leader would be too awesome. You have to hand over so many primordial divine crystals and you're willing to do it? Lu Ming asked curiously. We have no choice. The leader's cultivation is too high. If we don't agree, we won't be able to establish ourselves in Breeze Mountain. If we can't even condense 1 primordial divine crystal, how can we cultivate the primordial divine body and improve our cultivation? Moreover, in this world all the mountains that can condense primordial divine crystals are in the same situation. They are all occupied by experts. Lu Kun said helplessly. Chapter 3398. Our windy mountain is doing well. We can get 3 primordial divine crystals in 100 years. I heard that some mountains can get 10 primordial divine crystals in 100 years and they have to hand in 8 or even 9. Another young man said. That's right. Even so, there are still many people who want to join these mountains. The resources are limited. Even if you don't join, others will. Someone else said. Lu Ming nodded as he understood. The most precious thing in this world was the primordial divine crystals. However, there were only a limited number of mountains that could produce primordial divine crystals. They were all occupied by experts who formed alliances and set up rules. If one did not join a faction and follow the rules, they would not be able to establish themselves unless they did not want to produce primordial divine crystals in these mountains. However, other than these mountains, cultivating in the wild would be ineffective. It would be better not to come to this world at all. In this world, the law of the strong being respected was vividly reflected. By the way, how many people are there in the Earth Alliance? How high is the Alliance Master's cultivation? Lu Ming asked. The Earth Alliance used to have 38 people. The Alliance Master is in the 7th layer of the King God Realm. Lu Kun said. 7th layer of the King God Realm? Bring me to the Earth Alliance's headquarters. Lu Ming said as he waved his hand. Lu Kun's expression changed as he said, Are you going to attack the Alliance Master? Can't I? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Not only would he attack the Alliance Master, but he would also attack the Flying Alliance and take control of Windy Mountain. The Alliance Master is in the 7th layer of the King God Realm. You? Lu Kun said hesitantly. Although Lu Ming was strong, the Alliance Master was in the 7th layer of the King God Realm. A 7th layer of the King God Realm was a high-level King God Realm expert. He was much stronger than a 6th layer of the King God Realm expert. Moreover, the Alliance Master was a peerless genius with great fighting strength. Would Lu Ming be a match for him? What? You don't believe in my strength? I know what I'm doing. Just lead the way. Lu Ming said confidently. Lu Kun and the others had no choice but to bring Lu Ming to the Earth Alliance's headquarters. The Earth Alliance's headquarters was in a valley. The primordial divine chi here was dense. At the entrance of the valley, a few people were patrolling. Seeing that Lu Kun and the others had returned, several people immediately walked over. Lu Kun, I heard that you went out to look for slaves. How was it? Did you find anything? A tall and sturdy young man walked over and laughed. When he saw the headband on Lu Kun's head, his face suddenly changed. Lu Kun, why are you wearing a headband? What's going on? The burly young man shouted. This kind of headband was for the captured slaves to wear. The captured slaves could only obediently condense primordial divine crystals and did not need to be given a single primordial divine crystal. It's very simple. He is now one of my people. Very soon all of you will be mine too. At this moment he walked out with a smile. Who are you? The burly youth was taken aback. Only now did he notice Lu Ming. My name is Lu Ming and I will soon become the leader of the Earth Alliance. Where is your leader? Tell him to come out and surrender. Lu Ming said casually. You want our leader to surrender? Kid, who do you think you are? The burly youth shouted angrily. His eyes were cold as a powerful aura burst out from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was as calm as a spring breeze. He stepped forward and said, Since you don't want to surrender, I will beat you until you do. He took a few steps forward and closed in on the burly youth. You're courting death. Kill. The burly youth shouted. His hand was like a knife as it slashed down on Lu Ming. 6th Heaven Divine King Realm. This burly youth's cultivation was not lower than Lu Kun's. When he attacked, there was a strong and ancient aura. Lu Ming could tell that he had awakened his divine origin force for the 3rd time. He was a genius at the same level as Lu Kun. Lu Ming circulated his divine force and threw out a punch that collided with the burly youth's palm. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The burly youth's palm was completely deformed. Even his arm was twisted beyond recognition. The burly youth screamed and retreated. He looked at Lu Ming with a pale face. Quick, call the leader. The burly youth shouted. Immediately the other youths shouted. Their shouts could be heard in the valley. In the next instant, shouts could be heard from the valley. At the same time, powerful auras burst out from the valley. Then these auras rushed out of the valley. A 7th layer divine king and 2 6th layer divine king. It seems like the leader of the Earth Alliance is here. Great. Lu Ming smiled. Soon, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the valley. There were more than 20 of them. Including Lu Kun and the others, there were more than 30 of them. All the members of the Earth Alliance were here. Honyen, what's going on? And Lu Kun? One of the youths who had a pair of red wings on his back scanned the area. When he saw the burly youth and Lu Kun, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Leader, Lu Kun has betrayed us. He has sided with this guy. The burly youth was called Honyen. He pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. The members of the Earth Alliance looked at Lu Ming, especially the youth with the red wings on his back. His eyes were sharp like lightning. You're the leader of the Earth Alliance? Lu Ming stepped forward and looked at the youth with the red wings. That's right. Looks like you're here to provoke the Earth Alliance. The youth with the red wings said coldly. Provoke the Earth Alliance? No, I'm here to take charge of the Earth Alliance. I want this mountain area. If you want to cultivate here, surrender and side with me. Lu Ming said casually. Hee, if you want Breeze Mountain, let's see if you're capable enough. The young man with fiery red wings said coldly. A pair of fiery red wings spread open with a swoosh. His entire body was engulfed in flames and the flames soared into the sky. The temperature of the scene rose sharply and a scorching aura pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of flames. The temperature was also high. He resisted the attack. This was the divine power of the sun. It had also awakened 3 times. Suddenly, the youth with the red wings, who was also the leader of the Earth Alliance, moved. He turned into a red ray of light and charged at Lu Ming. His speed was shocking. The moment he flew out, a long flame spear appeared in his hand. He charged at Lu Ming. This was his origin source secret technique. Son of the Sun. Lu Ming's heart moved. A large sun appeared and emitted a bright light. It pressed down. Boom. The Earth Alliance Master's blazing spear pierced the sun, causing a deafening explosion. Waves of terrifying flames shot out in all directions. The rocks on the ground turned fiery red and quickly melted into a pool of liquid. Retreat. The other youths were shocked and retreated. They did not dare to get too close. Sun-chasing divine spear kill. The leader of the Earth Alliance shouted. His long spear vibrated and released a bright light that shrouded Lu Ming. Chapter 3399. Spear techniques? Bring it on. Lu Ming muttered as the overbearing god spear appeared. He waved his hand and many battle gods appeared in the air. They held spears and rode horses as they charged toward the leader of the Earth Alliance. This was the battle god attack of the battle god family. There were more than 100 of them, and they clashed with the spear radiance. They had exchanged more than 100 blows in an instant, but there was no clear winner. Is this all you've got? The leader of the Earth Alliance is nothing more than this. Lu Ming said disdainfully. Don't be so arrogant. The leader of the Earth Alliance shouted. His aura became stronger and his body expanded rapidly. It was obvious that the leader of the Earth Alliance was using the primitive divine body. In the end, he turned into a giant beast with the head of a bird and the body of a human. His head was like an eagle's head with a pair of giant wings on his back. His body was a human's body that was red and covered in flames. This was one of the forms of the primitive divine spirit. It was very ancient and powerful. Show me your primitive divine body. Let me see your strongest combat strength. The leader of the Earth Alliance said. You're not qualified to see my strongest combat strength. However, if you want to see my primitive divine body, I'll show you. Lu Ming said calmly. He then used his primitive divine body and turned into a 1,000-meter tall blue-armored ancient god. Primitive divine body? The leader of the Earth Alliance charged toward Lu Ming with his flaming spear. Lu Ming waved his spear and the two of them clashed. Clang, clang, clang. The spears kept clashing, creating thousands of spear radiances that turned the valley into a mess. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. To be honest, the leader of the Earth Alliance was very powerful. He had almost no weaknesses. He was in the 7th level of the Divine King realm and had awakened his origin divine power for the 3rd time. He had mastered the origin secret skill and the primitive divine body. He also had other powerful secret skills. He was as powerful as the peerless genius of the barbarian tribe, Manjia. Lu Ming had used almost all of his strength to kill Manjia. However, after all these years, Lu Ming had made great progress under the cliff. He had awakened 3 kinds of divine powers for the 3rd time and awakened a secret skill of origin. He was much stronger than when he had fought with Manjia. Lu Kun and the others retreated tens of thousands of meters and watched from afar. They knew that this was a war for the right to rule over the Earth Alliance. Whoever won would be able to control the Earth Alliance and become one of the 2 overlords of Mount Breeze. You're strong, but you're not a match for me. Show your face, Moon of Moon. Son of Sun. Gate of the Sovereign Lord. Lu Ming let out a low roar. 3 types of origin secret skills appeared continuously above his head. So many origin source secret techniques? You're cultivating an ancient cultivation technique. The Earth Alliance cried out in shock. He was from the Flaming Winged Men clan. The Winged Men clan was one of the major clans in the primitive universe. Even on the primitive 10,000 clans list, they were ranked very high. The Winged Men clan had various branches all over the universe. He came from a powerful branch that was much stronger than the Taishu dynasty. He had seen other geniuses who cultivated ancient cultivation techniques. They cultivated multiple divine powers together and were extremely powerful. However, those who could awaken several origin source secret techniques were few and far between. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming cast 4 kinds of origin secret skills, he was naturally shocked. The Moon of Moon and Sun of Sun floated above Lu Ming's head and scattered rays of light. These rays of light seemed beautiful, but they were extremely dangerous and filled with destructive power. The Earth Alliance's alliance master's expression changed drastically. He growled and set up layers of flames around his body. When the rays of light fell, the flames around his body shook violently. Following that, the gate of the sovereign pressed down like an ancient divine mountain and pressed down on the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master roared and swung his spear to block. A loud explosion erupted. The gate of the sovereign was blocked, but the Earth Alliance's raging flame city wall shook violently and almost exploded. The flames around his body also trembled and a gap appeared. The rays of the moon and sun of sun seeped in and landed on his body. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master screamed as his body was sent flying. Wounds appeared on his body, and he was almost cut into several pieces. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He became one with his spear and turned into a ray of spear light that pierced towards the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master could not block this attack at all. His body was pierced by the spear light and nailed to a wall. The Alliance Master has lost. The surrounding people were dumbfounded and in disbelief. One had to know that they were all young and peerless geniuses from various races. Within their races, they were all existences that could challenge those of a higher level. They were almost invincible among those of the same level. However, the chief of the Earth Alliance had lost to Lu Ming even though his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. Even though they were very knowledgeable, they had never seen a freak like Lu Ming. You've lost. Lu Ming stared at the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master and said coldly, "Since I've lost, I'll surrender." The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master was very straightforward. In this world, the strong were respected, and the strong could occupy better resources. He had long been aware of this. "Since you want to surrender, put on the headband," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Put on the headband?" "No, since I said I'll surrender, I'll definitely surrender. There's no need for the headband." The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master roared. "Is that so? But it's better to put on the headband so that I won't worry." "Don't worry, I'll take it off when I leave this place," Lu Ming said, then took out a headband. Under the effect of his divine power, the headband quickly enlarged and he put it on the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master's head. These 2 headbands had already been refined by Lu Ming and were completely under Lu Ming's control. With a thought, he could explode and blow apart the Earth Alliance Master's head. After controlling the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master, Lu Ming dispersed the Overlord God's spear. His body rapidly shrank and returned to its original size. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master also returned to his normal size. He panted heavily, then took out a divine pill and swallowed it. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming did not kill him just now, so the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master's injuries were not serious. It did not take long for him to recover. "Alliance Master." The Earth Alliance Master stood up and bowed to Lu Ming with cupped fists. Now that he had surrendered to Lu Ming was naturally the Alliance Master. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. "Alliance Master." The others also bowed to Lu Ming. To the others, it did not matter who the Alliance Master was. They had to hand over the origin divine crystals anyway, as long as the new Alliance Master did not plunder too much. The one who suffered the greatest loss was the previous Earth Alliance Master. In the past, he only needed to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. But in the future, not only would he have to condense the origin divine crystals himself, he would also have to hand over a portion to Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming found out the name of the Earth Alliance Master. He was called Tianxing. Where's the Flying Alliance's headquarters? How strong are they? At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Tianxing. The Flying Alliance's strength is about the same as ours. The Alliance Master of the Flying Alliance's strength is about the same as mine. Is the Alliance Master going to attack the Flying Alliance? Tianxing asked. Chapter 3400. That's right. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand. Tianxing immediately led the way and the group charged towards the headquarters of the Flying Alliance. The headquarters of the Flying Alliance was on the other side of Breeze Mountain. It was also a place with an excellent environment. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the Flying Alliance was naturally alerted. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming glanced over and saw a total of 40 young figures. A few of them were the snake-haired youth who had surrounded Lu Ming and wanted Lu Ming to hand over his storage ring, Ophiuchus. However, Ophiuchus and the rest were following behind a blue-robed youth. Apparently, the blue-robed youth was their leader. Tianxing, why did you bring people to the Flying Alliance? Do you want to fight with me? You should know that it's hard to decide who's going to win. The blue-robed youth stared at Lu Ming and said, "This person was the leader of the Flying Alliance, Shuei Chu. Shuei Chu, I'm not here today to fight with you. Tianxing sneered. You're not the one who wants to fight with me? Then why did you bring all the members of the Earth Alliance to me? No matter what, you have to make things clear today. Otherwise you'll think that the Flying Alliance is a pushover. Shuichu said coldly. Tianxing wanted to say more, but Lu Ming gently raised his hand and Tianxing stopped talking. My purpose today is simple. Surrender and join me. You can continue to condense primordial divine crystals in Breeze Mountain. Otherwise, get out of Breeze Mountain. Lu Ming's voice rang out and stunned the members of the Flying Alliance. Tianxing did not say anything. Suddenly, an unrelated person came out and shamelessly asked the Flying Alliance to surrender or get out of Breeze Mountain. Who is this guy? How arrogant. Tianxing didn't say anything and he's already boasting shamelessly. What a joke. A few members of the Flying Alliance mocked him. As for the Snake Man, his eyes widened as he shouted, I recognize this brat. This brat is new here. Previously he was absorbing the primordial divine aura alone at Breeze Mountain. He was almost taught a lesson by me. If it wasn't for Lu Kun saving him, he would have been suppressed by me. So it's a new kid. No wonder he's so arrogant and ignorant. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What a pity. Several members of the Flying Alliance continued to mock him. At first they were afraid that Lu Ming was an expert from some famous mountain, but after hearing what the Ophiuchus said they were relieved. Would an expert from a famous mountain absorb primordial divine energy alone in Windy Mountain? Anyone with common sense would know that cultivating by absorbing primordial aura was the slowest and least efficient method. Only by cultivating by condensing primordial god crystals would the results be the best. It was clear that Lu Ming was a hothead who had just arrived. Moreover, he had almost been suppressed by the Ophiuchus. It was Lu Kun who had saved him, which meant that his strength was very ordinary. Only the people from the Flying Alliance would mock him without restraint. Arrogant? Do you not know the immensity of heaven and earth? These people from the Flying Alliance are courting death. The people from the Earth Alliance looked at the people from the Flying Alliance with strange expressions. The people from the Flying Alliance dared to say that Lu Ming didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Who was the one who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? They all knew how strong Lu Ming was. However, the people from the Earth Alliance naturally wouldn't warn the Flying Alliance. In Windy Mountain, the Earth Alliance and the Flying Alliance had been competing with each other for a long time. They had fought against each other many times. If the Flying Alliance made Lu Ming unhappy and got beaten up, they would be very happy. This kid actually came here again. Very well. Let me teach him a lesson. The Ophiuchus sneered and stepped forward. His snake-like hair danced in the wind. He looked ferocious and terrifying. Ophiuchus, don't be careless. Shuichu reminded him. Just now, Shuichu had seen Lu Ming raise his hand and Tianxing didn't say anything. He had a bad feeling about this. He knew Tianxing well. Tianxing wasn't easy to talk to. Alliance Master, don't worry. This kid only has the cultivation of the 5th Divine King realm. He can't do anything. Just help me keep an eye on the people from the Earth Alliance. The Ophiuchus smiled. Cold light flickered in his eyes as he walked towards Lu Ming. Of course he was overthinking. Tianxing and the others stood there motionlessly. They didn't have any intention of helping Lu Ming. They knew that Lu Ming didn't need their help. The Ophiuchus was a little surprised. However, he didn't think too much about it. He was confident in his own strength. You talk too much. If you want to fight, do it quickly. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Ming glanced at the Ophiuchus and said casually, Kid, since you're in a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way. The Ophiuchus's eyes were cold as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow dashed towards Lu Ming's throat. It was a snake shadow. Lu Ming saw it clearly. It flew out from the Ophiuchus's hair. A strand of the Ophiuchus hair turned into a venomous snake and bit towards Lu Ming's throat. That's a strange move, Lu Ming smiled faintly. His hand glowed and slashed out like a blade. Slash. The venomous snake was sliced into two, and the remaining half quickly shrunk back into its body. Kid, you dare to kill my snake spirit? You're courting death. I'll let you have a taste of my 1,000 snake bites. The Ophiuchus roared. Then his snake hair started to twist and grow. They turned into venomous snakes and bit towards Lu Ming. The densely packed venomous snakes let out hissing sounds, and a fishy stench assailed his nostrils. What a disgusting secret technique. Suppress it. Lu Ming frowned and looked disgusted. He didn't want to waste time with the Ophiuchus. Then, the lunar moon and the solar sun appeared and pressed down on the Ophiuchus. The sky was filled with multicolored light, covering the Ophiuchus and the venomous snakes. Instantly, the venomous snakes started to twist crazily as if they were in pain. Then they started to melt like ice meeting fire. Ah! The Ophidian screamed miserably. He seemed to be in great pain. He wanted to unleash the primordial divine body to block the attack, but Lu Ming pressed his palm down. The lunar moon and the solar sun pressed down with a rumbling sound. The destructive force completely enveloped the Ophidian. The Ophiuchus screamed and was sent flying for a few hundred li. He fell on the ground and smoke rose from his body. His body was broken and bleeding. He was severely injured. It was too horrible to look at. The people of the Flying Alliance shrank their eyes in fear. The Ophiuchus's god power wasn't weak. He had the cultivation of the sixth king god realm. In the Flying Alliance he was one of the strongest experts besides Xuechu. However, he was easily defeated by Lu Ming. They didn't come with good intentions. Now, the people of the Flying Alliance finally knew that Lu Ming and the others didn't come with good intentions. 2 original secret techniques. Xuechu's face was solemn.